cree que su hijo puede haber tomado desinfectante para manos. Si tiene una enfermedad renal, tiene mayor riesgo de enfermedad grave por COVID-19. Los pacientes en diálisis son más propensos a infecciones y enfermedades graves debido al debilitamiento del sistema.
Drive a weak-minded man insane. You all of my love and little girl now. What more you want me to do? Got me walking by myself out. Hope you understand. I just want to be your loving man. Right, shake it, right, baby. Little girl now, what more you want me to do? You got me walking by myself now. Hope you understand. I just want to be your loving man. What all right? You all of my love and little girl now. What more you want me to do? You got me walking by myself. I hope you understand. I just want to be your loving man. You got me walking by myself. You got me talking about someone else. I just love you. I don't want no one else, 'cause I love
I'm sorry? Your microphone. I have it on.
Okay,
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Hello? Okay, sorry. I'd like to call to order the Wednesday, April 7th public hearing for the City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Susan Klausmith, tonight's chair of the commission. If you're here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, wall sections. Staff will present its staff report once your presentation is complete. We will then ask for public comment. And then following your presentation, the commissioners will begin asking questions in the same order as the presentation. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because those 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following the public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for a rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. The only comments which will be allowed after the public hearing is closed will be in response to any questions from the commissioners. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on the City Ordinance, Chapter 27 of the City of Tampa Zoning Code, the design guidelines, the Secretary of the Interior Standards, Historic Preservation Development Review, or HPDRC comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence your cell phones. And now I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners, to please introduce themselves, including their legal position. And I'll start at my right.
Good evening, Dan Myers, architect.
Brent Taylor, building contractor.
Ashley DeCubis, an attorney. And again, I'm Susan Klaus-Smith. I'm an architect, and I am serving as the chair tonight. And then I'd also like to introduce our staff tonight. We have Dennis Fernandez, Ron Vila, who is outside the room at this point, Elaine Lund, Beverly Jewisak, sorry, Beverly, and our attorney, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Will the commissioners please state whether or not they have any conflicts of interest regarding any of the items that are listed on the agenda?
None.
Thank you. Additionally, will the commissioners please state whether or not they've had any ex parte communications regarding any of the items that are on the agenda?
None.
No.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Manager. We do not have any continuations for this evening's hearing. We did have one case that withdrew on Monday. That was ARC 21-147. So that is reflected on the agenda, but there's no action needed on your part. I did want to bring to your attention or remind you that when you are voting this evening on motions, it helps the staff if you would do so by a show of hands. And with that, we will do the swearing. So anyone in the audience who's going to be testifying today, including staff, if you would please stand and raise your right hand, and Ms. Jusak will administer the swearing. And with that, we're ready for our first case, and Elaine will introduce the case.
Good evening, Commissioners. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. The first item on the agenda tonight is case ARC 21-136 for the property located at 5701 North Branch Avenue in the Seminole Heights Historic District. The request is for an addition to an existing accessory structure. It's important to note that accessory structures in the Seminole Heights Historic District are all non-contributing. the primary structure on the site is contributing. So on your staff report, that's why the status box at the top right on the first page notes that it's contributing. So that's only in reference to the primary structure. I'll go ahead and move to the photo presentation. So as noted, this property is in the Seminole Heights Historic District. It's located at the northeast corner of Branch Avenue and Powhatan Avenue. This is the 1920s Sanborn map showing the residents on the site. It's highlighted in green there for your convenience. And then this is our present day aerial with the property outlined in green. Again, with Branch Avenue, the house is facing Branch Avenue, and the side street there is Powhatan Avenue. This is the front of the primary structure. Moving around it, this is the north side of that building. This is the rear. And this is the south side of the primary building. This is a view of, from Powhatan Avenue, looking at the existing accessory structure. You can note the existing driveway and the driveway apron, the gates at the site there. The gates are not on the property line. That's going to be important to understand the site conditions here. There's an alley directly to the east of the property, and then there's a accessory structure just across the alley to the east, also facing Powhatan. This is a view of another view of that side of the accessory structure. So here you're sort of looking northeast, so you see the south side, and it's the interior of it. It's currently open, mostly. This is the view of the yard in the rear, including the east side of the accessory structure, and then that's a closer view of that building. This is the north side of the structure. And then this is the east side of it from the, looking at it from the alley. Adjacent to the property, this is the building to the north, directly to the north, along Branch Avenue. And then this is the property across Powhatan to the south, facing Branch. And this is that the north side of that property. So this would be directly across Powhatan from the subject site. And this is the property at the northwest corner of Powhatan and Branch, across the street. This is a view looking north on Central Avenue, and the view looking south on Central Avenue with the subject site to your left. This is the eastern, looking east from the site. And then this is the view looking to the west from the site, so the subject property is to your right. And again, the alley here, this is looking north into the alley, and then looking south in the alley, looking south toward Powhatan, and the subject property is to your right there. So with that, I am finished with this photo presentation, and we'll have the applicant begin his presentation. Thank you.
And just prior to that, I just wanted to remind the commissioners that within the Seminole Heights and the Tampa Heights Local Historic District, the accessory structures are considered non-contributing. So that's a differentiation, obviously, that you would want to know when considering alterations to the structures.
Hello, my name is Bill Fiore. I'm a GC, and I'll be presenting this project.
My name is Jeff Barstow. I'm the owner of 5701 North Branch Avenue.
And this is my first time in front of the commission. I've done lots of projects in the area. I've done several inside the historic area, several outside in the overlay district, and even outside the area. I'm unfamiliar, so I prepared differently than what I was just heard that I needed to, the way I needed to present. So bear with me a little bit so that I can put this in the right order for you. You wanted to start with the site plan, if I understand that right?
That's correct, sir.
I'm sorry?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so this is the site plan for the project. I have some notes here, trying to get to the right page. The structure is on a large corner lot. With the addition of the pool, the pervious area is still approximately 6,800 square feet. We did allow for we backed up the addition an additional 2 foot, so we had enough room for the 18 by 20 parking that was required. So that'll still stay there. No trees will be removed or cut back or anything for this project. So the existing structure is here, and this is where the addition is going to go. And the new pool that was just recently put in is right here. Okay, so the addition is 12.5 feet by 20 feet. The existing structure is 20 by 20 in this area here. The existing structure is also going to be tended to. It has several structural issues with foundation and sagging of the framing members. So we're going to fix that and enclose it at the same time. So we're going to wall it in with doors and windows, make it living space. It was originally built as a carport, but it's used today has been more as like a gazebo type of structure. So we're going to go ahead and so the parcels here would like to make better use out of it, and we're going to change it into a multi-purpose room for them to go along with their pool. The addition's going to house a bathroom. So and then we go to the. You want to go to the site plan next? Is there? I'm sorry.
Building elevations.
Oh, okay. So the elevation is it's existing at 9.37 inches over the ground of the street, and the proposed is 13.375. We're raising it an additional 4 inches to make sure that there is no additional water intrusion or anything in there.
And the architectural elevation.
Oh, okay, you want to do that? Yeah. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay. Okay. All right, so this is the south side, the part that faces Powhatan. Originally, when we first started this project, we had a transom style window in that south side of the building. I want to also take note of the sunburst style gable that was on the existing. And when you saw on the pictures that Elaine was showing you, we're going to maintain that sunburst gable, and we're also going to duplicate it on the south side of the building with the new gable. That transom window was in there, and Elaine had talked to us about changing that and making it a bigger window, but because of security and the inside layout, it didn't work on the south wall. That wall is only 20 foot long. So we took the window and we moved it over to the west wall, and made it so it'd be more conforming to the area. All the other windows and doors, they're going to be trimmed out to match the trim that you saw on the original picture. There's already a window there. The windows are going to have the mullions in it just on the exterior, just like they do it on here. So we'll have we have the two doors on the facing the house, which is on the east side, and the 2 windows, and the door on the north side. The 1 window is an existing window. This is new, and this is new. This is the existing shed area that's attached. And then the window on the east is in there. But it's all designed it's gonna have the hardy siding. It's gonna match the existing lap wood siding. It's the same style of siding. So everything will just should come together real well. I don't know what else I can say about the elevation. So we would wall section, yeah. Okay, so on the section here, you can see where the slab is being raised and the new footers are being poured to support the additional, to support the old structure, and the new walls being built. Over here, this is the addition area. All the framing is going to be 2x8 framing, conventional framed. It's actually going to even have the collar ties and have elevated ceilings on the inside, but it's not. And that's why you see the insulation the way it shows in here. So this is the only thing that's not going to be conventionally framed. It's going to be a girder truss. That girder truss is going to carry the weight of the existing structure on the south side of the existing structure. So that was the best way we can get it and make the span for the whole 20 foot there. So it'd be thickened pads underneath each bearing point. So the whole structure will be much stronger than what it is. The original columns we wanted to try and save, but they were just not anywhere near to today's building code, so we couldn't save those anyway. We were trying to incorporate them into the wall, but we just couldn't do it. So as you see on the typical wall section, it shows the trim. The trim, a lot of the Seminole Heights trim is got the bull nose and the crown molding on it. But this structure is a 1950s structure, and it doesn't have that on the existing structure, so we didn't put it in on the windows the new windows we're putting in. It has, but the trim will be cut to meet and match the same exact size as the trim. I know a lot of people try to shortchange the trim and use smaller lumber on there, but we'll buy larger lumber and then cut it to fit so it matches again. And then we'll make the windows, so we'll match everything with the windowsill also. And it also shows you in here the reinforcing of the existing ridge beam that's sagging, and the framing, the original framing that's sagging.
So go ahead and call down all your materials from the roof all the way down to the foundation. How's the exterior going to be?
Okay. So we're going to start with fiberglass shingles is what's there. We're going to redo all the roof structure with the fiberglass shingles. One of the things that I noted on here, and I just caught it just recently, is the draftsman didn't put in the 1x6 sheathing. He put in plywood sheathing. I'm going to change that, at least for the overhangs, to 1x6 so it matches the rest of it. So you'll have exposed 1x6, exposed rafters, and then the freeze board. And then we got the framing with the, of course, it's got the underlayment for the shingles and the eave drip and it goes with it. And it's all to match. Then the wood frame with the headers, and the trim. And he also has wood trim in here, which I guess we're going to be using wood trim. I was wanting to use the hardy trim, but it's all to match the existing style. I'm sorry, I should read it from up there. I probably have a better chance of seeing it. With the R13 fiberglass insulation and the open rafters I think I listed everything that we're gonna be putting on there.
Do you have any samples, like window samples or cut sheets of materials?
So for the windows, this is a Gelwin window that I plan on using with the mullions on the outside. To give you an example, I have more information on the windows if there's more needed. The windows are vinyl. The same window, this is a project that I've done previously. This was in the Axtappa Heights Historic District. And it shows the same window, and it also shows the window that we're matching and the trim that we're matching on it, the open rafters. This is a project that I've done in the neighborhood. I think Elaine probably will recognize that project. But see how we put all the trim back to, so it'll all be cohesive with the neighborhood. So we plan on doing that same thing. The doors, and again, I have more information available on that. The doors we plan on using again are the Gelwin. This style of divided glass to match. But in this situation, some of the windows are clear, some of them are divided. But this is we're looking at using the divided glass. And this door here would be for like the bathroom, would be a 2-panel door, which was actually, there's one, the one in the existing photo is the 2-panel door just like it. So we want to go ahead and use that. These doors are fiberglass, you know, they're more, can sustain the weather more. They have some other examples of materials that we're planning on using. This is another structure that I built just recently. It's a screen enclosure, but it's and it's not in the it's in the overlay district, but not in the historic district. But I brought it because it shows the open rafters, the fiberglass shingles, and it's actually an open gable end. I have another. Project that I did. This is on North Street, not far from the project that we're going to be working on. This had a tree fall on it. We had to rebuild all these columns, and we did window trim and redid the gables trim on there. Sorry, I don't have a better picture than that one. The siding is going to be the lap siding, like here, and this is a Hardy lap siding. So it does match the siding that's on the house right now. This is another picture of structure that I built in Hyde Park that has the Hardy siding on it. I also have pictures of the trim that we want to use on there. This is the existing trim that's on there. The 1950s style trim hardware was it's just turned into the tubular type knobs. So when I researched it a little bit, these were the styles that were used at that time. We're looking at using this set here. They could be either bronze, chrome, or brass, chrome, or the black. And these are available in those. If the board has any suggestions, we are open to that too. The lantern style fixture was also the 1950s style. So those are the fixtures that we were looking to use. For the hardware on the outside. Let's see what else today. So I didn't even show the plan view of the structure yet. Is that so in the plan, this is the existing structure. It's very simple. We're just adding this 12.5 by 20 foot to the outside here. And again, it shows that we're doing it in conventional frame instead of trusses, so that it matches. Not only that, but it takes forever to get trusses anymore, so it's easier to conventional frame it. Sorry. Let's see what other information I get here. So Elaine showed you most of these pictures already that I had. And although I didn't go in the order that I had anticipated on doing, I think I touched on all the information that I had. Okay, so in conclusion, I think the structure will meet all design criteria. Basically, we're doing it as a 1950 style, but it also remains cohesive to the earlier styles anyway, ultimately honoring the layered history of the neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now staff will present their report.
Commissioners, Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. Staff finds that this application is consistent with the Seminole Heights design guidelines. There were a few conditions noted in the staff report, and I believe the applicant has addressed the majority of them. The one outstanding concern that I had was about the elevation on the south wall that faces the street, not having any windows or anything, other than to break up the wall on that elevation. The applicant did discuss the reasoning behind that choice. So with that, I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll open it up to public comment, and seeing no one, we will close the public comment. And now the commissioners will begin asking questions, and you will be able to respond. I'll start on my right with Commissioner Myers, if you have any.
Yes, in the plan you showed a slider on I think it's on the west elevation, and then you seemed to show us a French door when you showed us the windows. Did you not? You were really referring to the single hung window next to it, or you were also going to use a set of French doors on that west side?
No, original plans had a slider on there, and Elaine said that it's not an acceptable thing. And the only reason I had a slider there in the first place was because of the pool.
Sure.
So when Elaine told us to change from the slider to the double door, it was changed, and I can't. Oh yeah, I see on the elevation, he didn't change it on the elevation. I think he changed it on the plan. No,
Okay, that's great. I appreciate your having
it.
It
Is going to be a double door.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner, any questions for the applicants?
You mentioned wanting to save the sunburst. Only question I've got is, it's hard to tell in those pictures the elevation of how high that is, and I know you're raising your slab up 4 inches. So the concern would be, is there enough room there to get your header in there above your door?
Yes, there is, and actually we went out there and had to measure that just recently because we thought we were going to have to change the elevation again. So I met with the owner over there. As it turns out, we didn't have to make any additional changes anyway, and it was 8 foot 8 inches from the slab to the existing,
Almost 8.
Yeah, to the existing beam there, so we have plenty of room there to maintain that.
And one of the things that I saw in the packet was the columns, and I understand obviously from a structural reason you cannot maybe save what's there. Has there been any thought to potentially building back something that would be structurally sound to imitate that look? rather than just the straight wall?
I think back in the very beginning of this, and keep in mind that I think we started this like over a year ago, and then all the discussions and back and forth on this. So we discovered that it really wasn't feasible. Well, the biggest reason why we couldn't keep them was because the slab was cracking. I have a picture of the slab being cracking. And so when I go to rebuild that, I couldn't get it to be structurally sound with leaving them there. So we did look at putting in, I did think about putting in new columns, block and stone, but because of where it's at and the way it was going to stick into the room, it was changing too many different things. But you don't see any of, you wouldn't be able to see any of that from you might be able to see one corner from any of the roads, so it wasn't really something that I considered important at that time.
And the next question I've got is just really for the record. You show wood trim around your windows. Obviously, I heard you say you want to use Hardie, and you're using Hardie siding. So can you clarify for us which one you intend to use?
I intend to use Hardie trim with the Hardie siding, but since I have the plans drawn up with wood trim, then I'm pretty much stuck into using wood trim anyway. I do it because it's the exposure, and it's obviously such a much better product. But as long as we maintain the wood and keep it primed and painted, and the maintenance is a big thing about that, the wood trim will be fine. So I'm not against using wood trim. Although maybe now with the new pricing of the wood things, my attitude's changing a little bit on that too. So
Because of price.
yeah, we'll be okay. It's not that there's not enough trim that it's going to make a big difference in our lives.
I think that's all I've got for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner DeCubis?
Actually, could you put up your elevations again, your architectural elevations? I just wanted to see if you could go through the reasons again. I know you mentioned, I think maybe because there was a bathroom or something, about not being able to put additional windows on the wall that faces the street.
Okay, so this is something I brought up with the owner, and we discussed several times. And I don't have anything design-wise in my plans that would affect it, but he has interior design view. So can he answer that question?
Of course.
So I have two concerns. One is security. This is a separated, detached structure that's going to be away from the house. We've had, just in the last year and a half, my car's been broken into twice, my wife's car's been broken into twice, my neighbor's garage has been broken into, all separated away from the house. So I don't want to have an easy access for someone to easily break into the house or just walk up to the window, take a peek in and see if they see something they like. Number two is the bathroom. If we put the window in the middle of the structure, it would basically butt up against the interior wall where the bathroom is going to be, or potentially even go into the bathroom a little bit, which I don't want, because I don't want privacy issues or comfort issues for any of my guests that come to use the restroom that don't feel comfortable using it. And third is where the whole structure that I want to do on the inside of the house, having a window there, I would have to basically redesign the whole entire interior structure of how I want things laid out, where I'm going to put certain things, because it basically eliminates me having a wall to use.
Okay, thank you.
And that was actually going to be my question, so.
So can I make a comment on this also?
1 second, just want to make sure I don't have any questions for you.
Okay.
There was something that you were saying when you were reviewing the wall sections, and you had said the 16-inch overhang was typical throughout, but then you also mentioned something about, I think, a 1x6 fascia board or a frieze.
No, the sheathing, the roof sheathing is called out as plywood, so that's okay within the interior of the structure, but I want to use the 1x6 on the exterior where it's going to be seen so it matches the rest of the exterior.
Is that a tongue and groove detail then on that?
No, because a lot of the Seminole Heights house had the tongue and groove, but this structure does not have it. This is the 1x6.
Okay.
The 50s weren't as quite as intricate as
Exactly.
earlier. So.
Okay. All right. I do not have any questions. So Are there any other questions for the applicant before I close?
I have one, actually
Do
referring
you have
back to
another
what,
one? Okay, yes, please, Commissioner.
referring back to what she was asking and the windows. Has there any thought been to a faux window or faux windows to where on the interior you would be able to achieve what you're trying to achieve, as well as you could even potentially put plywood on the inside in between the window and the drywall, so you have your safety issue, taken care of as well. And then on the outside, we get the look that has been of some concern, even at the staff level.
So the statement I was trying to squeeze in just a minute ago was the fact that if it was really that big of a concern for the commission here that we did put a window in, that we could put a window in, we would put a window in there. And I actually spoke to Jeff like 2 days ago, prior to our meeting here, and said if we need to do a window, then we can see if we can put in a faux type of window and just put the window on the outside, close it in on the inside, put some nice, make it look like nice curtains or blinds or whatever on there. So that is a possibility if that's what, if that's what we need to get the project to go through.
I know from personal experience, I've done it on many historic properties where we've actually, painted the backside black and used other methods to make it where basically when you look through, you don't see anything and it doesn't look like you're looking into anything, and it ends up being a really nice look from the exterior.
Okay, we definitely are for that.
So I have a follow-up question for staff. This is the first time I've had this suggested. And is there anything in the guidelines for this particular district that will guide us?
I'm not aware of anything specifically in the guidelines, Commissioner, that would speak to creating a window that was not functional. I would state that other types of faux windows have been proposed to us, but those are not, those would only be like something applied to the surface of the structure, and that does not sound like what's being discussed in this case. So, we've always steered people away from doing faux windows when there's not, but if it is an actual window, then I think that it's not something that we would object to as much.
Okay.
I'll jump in just there a bit because my tenure is a little longer, but we have had some situations similar to what Commissioner Taylor had suggested with windows that are installed, but essentially either blacked out behind or drywalled. We've had that situation even with garage doors that are installed, and then on the interior, they're finished out on the interior. It's an issue that comes up quite a bit. And that's a creative solution that I believe is consistent with the guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And then could I look at your floor plan just one more time, please? Is there an elevation of, there is an elevation of the side from the alley, so that would be the east side. Could I look at that, please?
Yeah.
And then can you put the site plan back up, please? Is there a fence that either exists or will be installed after this addition?
So the fence that is on the property right now, the gate is going to be removed for this project, but the fence, the other parts of the fence were not being removed.
Will you be reinstalling a fence after this project?
No.
So what would be the extent of the fence once this addition is complete? Can you draw that on this piece of paper or highlight it?
The fence would come right to the corner. There may have to be a little piece of fence right here and here, to close it off. It's not part of my contract to take care of right now.
But that's the intent, yes.
Yeah, I would guess that would be the intent.
Yes.
And that was why the window got moved to the backside, because he was saying that that would be inside the fenced area.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. I believe this concludes questions by the commission. So you have 5 minutes to rebut if you'd like to say anything else.
I don't think there was anything for me to rebut, but I did want to say, I would like to say that, you know, I moved into Seminole Heights in 1982, and I've lived there and been working there. In 2019, I've done 90 projects. Most of my work is a smaller work, small additions to repair work. So I've done 90 projects in 2019. Even buildings outside of historic, I really push my customers to keep them to the best we can into the historic, you know, time frame, so that, you know, I think it also keeps the value of the houses up. It keeps, you know, people like that, right? Especially now.
I'd just like to say, my family's lived in this house since 1977. This is the house I was born and raised in. So obviously I love the neighborhood. I don't want to do anything to change anything or different about the neighborhood. I just want to make my property look nicer. And you saw the pictures of what I'm trying to replace. When we have people over, the neighbors jokingly call it the murder shed. So anything to make it look nicer and more functional and usable would be fantastic, and I'm looking forward to the project moving forward.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much, both of you. So now we'll close the public hearing, and the commissioners will discuss, and we will make a decision based on the guidelines that we have before us. So would anyone like to bring up anything that they'd like to discuss, or?
I think that there does need to be a window on that wall, even if it is a faux window because of the security issues. I understand that's a real issue, but I do think there needs to be something.
Anyone else?
Well, given the fact that there's going to be a fence, a gate in front of it, so that's
It's not going to go in front of it. It goes to either side of the.
Right.
Ah,
Right.
okay,
That's why I was asking him to draw it on the plan.
okay. So,
But you can continue.
well, I was going to say that the fence was going to put some shadow on that wall, give it a little more interest. Absent the fence, then I think it's very reasonable to ask for a window.
Right, I agree.
I completely, I like the idea of a window myself, just to break that wall up, and I just know there's multiple ways to construct that window in a way that, from a security standpoint, no one's gonna really be able to get in unless, I mean, at that point, they're gonna come in through the wall. I mean, I've seen this done on banks and other areas that, so I understand the concern for sure, but it sounds like the contractor that we're talking to here has the experience and knowledge, and he's done this probably before. So I personally like the idea of a faux window of some sort, for sure.
So I agree with everything that my fellow commissioners have said. I do agree that there needs to be something that helps break that elevation. Personally, I prefer something that could be reworked in the future if you decided to actually make it a functioning opening. But that's your choice. I understand economics, and I also understand Commissioner Taylor's perspective. I have seen that, done that myself. It's all a matter of dollars and what you're willing to risk, right? So,
And
yeah.
speaking to that, I mean, do we want to discuss the trim? I mean, I realize it's not a lot of trim, but are we leaning towards wood? Are we leaning towards hardy? Are we indifferent?
I have no preference.
I don't either.
Neither do I, and I'm not really sure that that's something we should be overly concerned about. I think what's more important here is that it is in harmony with the existing conditions. And they really are trying to maintain more of that historical presence whether or not we're getting the full detail of it.
They
So
both seem to match.
I personally, as a professional, actually, I would want my materials to be more cohesive and would go with either all wood or all hardy, but that's my
And
my personal professional.
that's the main reason I brought it up, just so he understood clearly, kind of, instead of there saying, well, I gotta go by the plan or whatever.
Yeah. Any other concerns or comments that we need to discuss, or is someone willing to make a motion?
I can do it.
A reminder, I cannot make a.
I know, I'll do it. Okay. I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 21-136 for the property located at 5701 North Branch Avenue, with the following conditions: that the south elevation wall include something to break up that elevation, whether it be a window or something there. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights Historic District Design Guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that the massing and building form and alignment and rhythm and spacing are consistent.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
If I could just interrupt for a moment, Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review staff. The motion was somewhat open-ended as to what type of architectural detail to have on that elevation. Staff would prefer that you're specific, the motion language, a window or something else. We would want that to be specific as to what your preference is.
So I have to say with it.
You can
Is that
restate
what we
it,
all-
yes, restate
Is
it.
that what we all agreed on?
Pardon?
That's what we
Yes.
agreed on? Okay. Okay. Do you want me to do the whole thing over?
Just start right all over.
All over, all right. I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at the public hearing in ARC 21-136 for the property located at 5701 North Branch Avenue, with the following conditions: that a window be included on the south elevation. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights Historic District Design Guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that the alignment, rhythm, and spacing is consistent, and it's maintaining the materials within the district common to the existing materials on the property.
I'll second that motion.
Before we vote on it, just want to remind everyone to raise your hands for your vote.
And Madam Chair, can you please
Yes.
ask the applicant and the...
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
I will, sorry. Before we have the commissioners vote on the motion, do you understand the conditions of the motion?
I do. Yes.
Okay. So, all in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda this evening is ARC 21-160 in the Tampa Heights Historic District. This property is located at 302 East 7th Avenue. The particular request is for a certificate of appropriateness for this new construction of a 15-unit townhome project to include site improvements and landscaping. The this item was this project was presented to you when the property was being rezoned to allow this particular development in 2019. It was rezoned from RM24 to a PD zoning district, which is a planned development district. The PD sets the site plan, the setbacks, and the building size, height, and mass. So all of that is already established per the terms of the PD zoning. When you're reviewing this case this evening, your job will be to look at the portions of the design guidelines for new construction that do not address those particular items, but that do address things like the materials, trim and detail, facade proportions and window patterns, the entrances and porch projections, roof forms, and the quality. So at this time, I will move into the photo presentation. As stated, this is in the Tampa Heights Historic District. It's at the very south end of the historic district on 7th Avenue and Morgan Street. You'll see on the location map here that it is located outside of the National Register Historic District, but within the local historic district boundaries. This is the 1920s Sanborn map of this portion of Tampa Heights. The red line there is indicating our local historic district boundary. You'll see that at that time, this was this entire site was platted as 3 lots, and at that time there were 2 different residences located on this site. The other 2 residences that are on this are shown on this block here are still standing today. So this is the current aerial photograph of the site outlined in green. You can see the historic district boundary there running along 7th Avenue over to the interstate. And note that the that there are different uses generally in this area. There's a parking lot currently directly to the west, and to the south there's a apartment complex, Mobley Homes. So there's this is sort of a transitional area on the edge of the historic district. So this is looking at the subject site. We're looking northeast at it. So 7th Avenue is the street in brick, and Morgan Street is the paved asphalt street. This is another shot looking at the subject site from 7th Avenue. And this is looking at the site it's the very east end of it. So we're looking north onto the site here. And you can see a bit of the existing remaining historic structure on the block just to the east. And looking at that particular driveway, there was a cartouche from 1915, which was put in place by the concrete pourer. So this, as you saw on the Sanborn map, the houses that were there, those houses were actually probably constructed well prior to 1915, but 1915 is the date that the driveway was poured. So again, this is the house to the east of the subject site. And then this is looking across the street at the apartment complex. The apartment complex is outside of the historic district. This is a view looking east along 7th Avenue. You can see the interstate overpass in the distance there. And then looking west along 7th. So the subject site's to your right. And then moving around to Morgan Street, this is looking at the subject site from Morgan Street, so this is facing east. And then this is the alley directly north of the site. This is the site directly to the north of the subject site, looking at it from Morgan Street, which is also currently vacant. And this is looking across Morgan toward the parking lot to the west. This is a view north on Morgan Street. Subject site's to your right. And then this is looking south on Morgan Street toward downtown. You can get a feel from this picture of the higher elevation that gives Tampa Heights its name. And this picture is taken in the alley, so the subject site's to your right, and we're looking east along the alley into the behind the other homes on this block. This picture is looking west. The subject site's to your left, And note that the alley is partially paved up to a point, but not fully paved along this, this parcel. This is the view looking into the subject site from the alley. And then this is a view of the rear of the adjacent structure next door. So that concludes my photo presentation. At this time, we'd like to have the applicant come forward to make his presentation.
Can I be sworn?
Yes. If,
You're going to be presenting this evening. Could you stand and raise your right hand?
Anyone presenting or who's going to give public comment, please stand for the swearing.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing this evening is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. While the applicant's coming forward, there is a letter of support that was provided for the record. It's from the president of Tampa Heights Civic Association.
Did we put that? Yeah, okay. I'll put it there. Oh, everybody. Where'd this go? How's that? Can you see it? Yeah.
Yes, we
All right. Thank you, City Council. My name is Robert Covington. I am one of the owners and managing member for the 7th and Morgan Townhome Project, and I'll be doing the presentation, obviously, today. First, I want to simply talk about how we got to where we are now. Very brief overview of how we got to where we are now. Then I'll talk about, kind of go through it pretty quick, just the overview of the project, the interaction of how the buildings sit on the lot, the interaction between how you get in the community, the elevation, that's this, that, and the other. And then last, which is probably the most important, the detailing, the gingerbread on the building. So to begin with, we purchased the property in 2019, and as Elaine discussed, we had to go through a PD, and that's simply which allow us for the setbacks, for the masking, for the sizing, and that was approved 2019 as far as the PD. This is the property, the subject property. This here is 7th Avenue. This is Morgan Street. There are trees on the property that will be removed, but based on the next two slides that I'm going to present, you'll see that we are adding back the landscaping on the property. The entrance onto the property will be off of Morgan Street. The existing fence, wood fence that's existing, that will remain there. We will be adding a fence, but that fence that we're adding is for our future dog park. So that's the fence that we will be adding to the property. The next slide will be this is the simple layout of the site. As I mentioned before, this is, okay, thank you. This is 7th Avenue here. This is Morgan. You'll be coming off of Morgan, again, to come onto the property, and this will be the courtyard. We have 4 units to the southwest, 4 units to the northwest, 3 units on the northeast, and 4 units on the southeast. As you will note from the elevation, we dropped the height of the buildings on the southeast simply because we're adjacent to what was a meditation center. I think the owners have changed now, but you can see that we dropped the heights of these buildings here so that we're basically the same height as that building. We're not superimposing on it. The break in the or relief that you have with the elevation will be with where the mailboxes are located. So we have the mailboxes. We're going to have a bike rack that's going to be located in the center. Same thing. You have a break with these buildings here. They are attached still, but there's like a break in the building.
and that's where the garbage cans are going to be located. This slide here, is that? Okay, all right, maybe I just look up there. This slide here just kind of showing you the green area of the project. I kind of want to note these green spots right here. These are the existing live oak trees, which we absolutely love being there, because once the building is completed, it'll give the project basically like this bird, kind of sort of like this birdhouse effect, where the second, third elevations kind of will be sitting in the trees, and I think it'll look really interesting backdrop against the white buildings in the back. But yeah, this is the landscaping that we're going to be putting in, and as you can note, it is pretty extensive, pretty detailed. We will be adding, one of the biggest things, we'll be adding a tree to the center of the dog park area. Now that I've talked about the site plan, here's a quick overview of the elevations. Should I be talking in the microphone? Am I fine? Okay. This here is just an elevation. This is the north elevation and the south elevation here. Like I mentioned before, on the north elevation, this is 7th Avenue here. This is Morgan. And this is where we drop the building height so that we're the same height as the adjacent building over here once we're finished. And like I said, we won't be superimposing on this existing home. And these are the porches. One thing that we do absolutely love about the project, that we are offering rooftop terrace, especially during this pandemic time. I think it's a great time, or it's great when we can just kind of get out and just get fresh air. Not really have to leave your home, but just go on your rooftop, get fresh air, views of the city, downtown city, views of the water. So we're really excited about those details. These are the side elevations. All right, this is the project, looking at the project on Morgan Street elevation here. And this is looking at it if you're standing at the adjacent home. This is the fence I was telling you about, the wood fence that will remain intact. And this is the courtyard elevations here. I do apologize, it seems a little fuzzy. There's a lot of detailing. I think once we start talking about the detailing for the home, we'll get more granular, and you will be able to see a lot of that which is being kind of washed out. This is a cut section of the building. I think one of the most important to kind of look at when looking at this, for me, is really and this may be a better view here. What did you do? Just move this? Okay. Here's kind of looking at this area here, where you have the step downs when you're on the rooftop. So anytime you're stepping, obviously, out of the home onto a deck, we do have an elevation shift, just so that we can get the proper drainage. Obviously, we don't want to create a water issue inside one of the homes. In addition to that, there is a step up from the sidewalk, so there is an elevation change anywhere you're coming from the sidewalk or public property into your home. There is a step up. We do want to create that feel, that continuous Victorian feel that the community had, and that was one of the recommendations. I think you offered that, which is we actually like it now, and so I think it's just going to continue to add to the detailing of the community. These are simple. Can I zoom in? The other way. Maybe I should have did slides. This here is just kind of a cut section showing you the CMU walls between each unit. So we'll take the CMU walls all the way up to the roof to create that firewall separation. It'll be firewall CMU block that we'll be using to create the separation. This is more of a detail. Can't really see. Okay. Okay. Feel better. This right, you know what, I'm gonna go over, in the detailed section, I'll go over more of the detailing, I think, with a bigger page, so it's not as important right now. But this is a cut section of the homes, and I'll show this detail in a better, I think, a better slide. Let's see. All right, I'm going to talk about this section right here, but what I do have it on a bigger slide, so you can kind of zoomed in on it. And what I'll do is move this over, kind of starting from the top of the starting here. I'll work my way down. Obviously, on the top we're going to have a black shingle roof, a dimensional shingle, 3-tab dimensional shingle roof on the top, and then here I'll get into this detailing here because it's so small. I have other pages that's going to detail this a lot more. I think we'll miss it here. But just working our way down, you have the siding will be a cement board siding, most likely hardy board. So you have hardy board fascia. You're going to have a hardy board soffit, vented soffit, which is going to be hardy board. Moving your way down the wall, you're going to have a 7-inch reveal hardy lap siding. That's going to be the entire body of the project. There's banding throughout the project, and with the banding, because of the detailing, we're actually using 3.5 inch, 7 1/4 inch, 11 1/4 inch, 9 1/4 inch, and 5.5 inch type trim on this project, just because of all the different detailing that we have. Although we have basically 4 elevations, each elevation is going to have its own specific look and its own specific detailing. And I'll go over that a little bit more as I continue to talk. Here's just talk about the cement siding. The shingle roof will be on the lower roof as well, so we're going to use the same, black shingle roof on the lower roof. All the banding that you see, the larger banding will be the 11 1/4 cement siding, hardy siding banding here. This here is basically just talking about the elevated porch, the landscaping, sidewalk, existing sidewalk. So this is this elevation. This is kind of a detail of what we're using for the roof, what we're using for the hardy soffit, the bead board for all the ceiling. Any exterior ceiling will be a bead board. This is the siding. There are 4 sections that we will have a shaker siding on. Those sections kind of protrude out, and we wanted to do something a little bit more decorative, a little bit more creative with those 4 sections. And like I said before, these are just simply all of the trim that we're going to be using throughout the entire project. And we're just going to be layering the trim. So there'll be a lot of shadowing on the actual building, and I think that it is a challenge, especially because we're going to use a white paint. This is just detailing of the materials we're using. Kind of working our way down the building. This is the door. I think that if you look at a lot of the Victorian doors, what we did is we spent an extensive amount of time looking at doors in San Francisco, kind of riding around Tampa Heights. Those were really our 2 compared sites. It was Tampa Heights Historic District and San Francisco. I think we started the design at the Painted Ladies, and we started going around San Francisco and kind of fine-tuning the design. But these are the doors we're going to be using, just a 2-panel door with 3/4 light. This is the door hardware we're using, and this is the impact windows. So they're going to be aluminum impact glazed windows. These are the sliders for the project, and as you can see, they're going to slide. They're both going to slide in opposite direction one another. and they're also impact glass aluminum windows. This is the garage door. We're going to use a long panel for the garage door, and we're going to paint that black. Again, this is the beadboard for all the ceilings that we're going to be installing. This is your typical light fixture that's going to be outside, and it's just going to be a matte black light fixture. This is the railing that we're going to be placing. It's a mechanical black railing that we're placing on any of the decks. The front porches will have the mechanical railing. This here, or these two floors, they are actually also cement material floors. This is a bison style floor, which it looks like wood, but it's actually a cement material. We've used it in the past. Buyers absolutely love it, so we're gonna offer it as an option on this project here. Same with these two. All right, here is the detailing that I was telling you about for. Can I zoom in? Okay, you can see it. All right. So when you look at the gable ends, obviously with the gable ends, there's a lot of detailing. You have your 11 1/4 fascia. You're going to have your 24-inch soffit, vented soffit, and then you're going to get into all the detailing. Please note that a lot of this detailing we're going with Architectural Depot, and a lot of the decor is going to be a FIPON material, and a FIPON is basically like a PVC or a polymer material, so just reduces the shrinkage, minimize the warranty, minimize or extends the life safety or the life expectancy of the material because it's a plastic. So it's less likely to, expand, contract. So that's why we decided to go with this material here. You have all the sunbursts, you have the dental molding. This dental molding and a lot of the dental molding is actually created with your Hardie trim, where you're going to take basically a 9-inch, a 9 1/4 inch, and you're going to cut sections of it, 5-inch sections of it, and space them 12 inches on center. You're then going to take a 3-inch and lay that on its side to create this type of detail. And then we have other, architectural features. I don't know if you can see this, such as this, that will couple with this design here, or this feature here. Same thing with this here. We'll purchase this element. We'll purchase the bracket. The finnos, which are very interesting. We're going to have to purchase finnos, or they're going to have to custom make these type of finnos for this project. But they also will be made out of the FIPON. So that's the south elevation. This is the north elevation. The north elevation has a little bit more gable ends. That's the elevation that's going to be on 7th Avenue. And again, this detail is created with the trim that we're using for the Hardie. So like I said before, this is a 9 1/4, and on top of this, you take 5 inches, you cut them in squares, and you install them on top. And then you take a 3-inch and you lay that on its side to create the shadowing. These here are also created with a 3-inch Hardie combination. So you're kind of going back and forth to create this detail. Same thing with this detail right here is created with Hardie trim. Same thing with this detail, created with Hardie trim. And this is just your typical sunburst, which I have a copy of that. It's a FIPON material. We're getting this custom made in this shape and size. This here is the extension of the north elevation, because like I said, the north elevation has the most amount of gable ends. And then this here is the courtyard, one of the elevations in the courtyard. The courtyard, all of the elevations, like I mentioned before, they will all have their specific designs. So if you're standing in the front of the building, it kind of have its own consistent design. If you go to the back of the building, the same thing. If you go to the courtyard, it'll have its unique designs. But all these detailing, they're created by, the multiple fight funds that we're going to be purchasing from Architectural Depot, which is shown here. You have the brackets. This bracket is going to be used in conjunction with the Fino. These are the brackets that we're going to be using in the gable details. We kind of wanted something a little bit more decorative, and also something that represents. We've seen a lot of these when we were looking through San Francisco. So we're going to be using this for the gable ends. We'll be using this bracket here in conjunction with where the Fino locations.
I'm sorry, can you pull that second drawing down that you keep pointing to for the bracket?
Sorry.
No, pull it down.
Pull it down.
There you go. Now we can see the brackets.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I can see it here. Yeah, I need to look up. Let me see. Does that help? Kind of, sort of.
It's good. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, some of the brackets, they'll just be in conjunction with one another. Where anywhere you see, say, this detail here, for example, this is basically a cut piece of a 9-inch trim, and then we'll either put a round decor on it, or we'll put a square on it, depending on where it's located on the building. But that's kind of sort of how we're creating that decorative look throughout the building, through the banding of the building. It's basically mixing and matching a lot of the fight pond material that we're purchasing. This is just a gable, corbel here. But just purchasing a lot of the material from Architecture Depot, kind of working with them back and forth to get the sizing correct, the portions correct. But they will custom make all this for us. We've used them in the past, and we're just gonna, that's why we decided to go with them. This here is a detail for the mail room in the back, and where we're gonna store the bikes. Anything that's low, like these brackets here, because it's low to the ground and pedestrians can kind of sort of touch them, we're gonna make these out of a cedar, and this will be made out of cedar, and this is gonna be made out of cedar. So anything that I guess a pedestrian and anyone that's not associated with the community can grab, touch, or whatnot, they'll be made with a cedar. Brackets that are, I guess, lower. The trellis here, it's going to be a cedar as well. All of the trellis on the project, they're going to be made out of cedar, just to give you that contrast. So really, you're going to be looking at 3 different colors or color palette: white, semi-gloss white, black for the fascia, soffits will be painted black, the doors will be black, the railing black, the light fixture will be black, and then you just have your pops of cedar throughout the project. And that is, I think, all I have with the presentation. All right, that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
If that concludes your presentation, staff will present their report now. Thank you.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Staff finds this application is consistent with the Tampa Heights Design Guidelines. Before continuing, I'd like to remind you once again that the approved plan development site plan does govern the site plan, the setbacks, the building size, height, and mass, and additionally the parking locations and the fencing materials, I believe, and the solid waste is all governed by the plan development as well. Moving into the conditions that were in the staff report, I would like to hear about any plans for the one cartouche that staff had noted in the existing driveway.
You know, I was, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry.
And I think it would be useful for the applicant to review a full wall section, at least one from the top down, so that we can see how the treatments vary from like the top of the roof, some of the overhangs, down to the foundation. And I wanted to make sure that we clarified that the Hardy is a smooth Hardy product, and have the applicant review the proposed window. And also, I wanted to see what where the proposed location was for the sliding doors that were shown. And I think that is all that I have for the staff report, so I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, we will get to a round where we will ask you questions. So anything that staff just noted out of the report that we need follow-up on, we'll do so with you. We're going to move on to public comment period right now. So if there's anyone present who would like to enter public comment at this time, please do come forward. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Oh, yeah, I looked, I saw. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing now, and the commissioners will now then.
No, Madam Chair, you're at the asking the questions. You're not closing the public.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're not closing the hearing. Because there is no one present, then the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal. If there's anything you'd like to add or respond to.
Do you want a rebuttal?
You have 5 additional minutes to
Oh,
present. You can rebut anything. You have 5.
No, it's not a rebuttal. This is your questioning time.
Oh, okay. There was no public comment, so there is no rebuttal period, correct?
No, that's not correct. You have to ask him questions now, and then he will be able to rebut anything from the questioning, if he wants to rebut that.
Okay, it's a little confusing how this is written, but okay. So I'm sorry, there is no public comment.
So now you ask your questions.
So now the commissioners will begin asking questions.
Yes.
I am so sorry. I've only done this a few times. I'll start with Commissioner DeCubis.
Thank you. So one of the things that Elaine pointed out was also a question of mine. If you can show us where those sliders are going to be.
So if you look at the elevations, I'm sorry. So on the second floor, here, 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 you're going to have the sliders coming out. And I apologize, it's not clear.
That's okay. That's facing 7th Avenue?
It's facing 7th Avenue, but you have sliders coming from 7th Avenue. Also, like facing the alley, you have sliders.
Okay.
And in the courtyard, you're going to have sliders as well. Here, 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 and here. So there's quite an amount of sliders that we put in because they're off of the living room.
Have you considered any other options like French doors or anything like that?
Yes, we have considered French doors. The porches are so shallow, and I prefer French doors, right? But when you open it out, there's not really much you can put on those porches because they're kind of sort of those peekaboo style porches, almost like what do they call them, a widow's peak type porch. So that's why I went with the slider, but I prefer the French doors. It's just the usage of those porches become, you're going to be limited in how you can get in, on and off of them. And that's the only reason I went with slider.
Okay. Could you show us the windows again? Okay, I remember those now.
Can you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, the concrete cartouches, what were the plans for those?
You know, I walked around that site today and yesterday, and I didn't see them. But now I know that where they are. They're in the apron. So we're just gonna cut it out and just move it. We're gonna move it because we're gonna have to cut out that entire sidewalk anyways because of, and we're just gonna move it to the sidewalk.
To the sidewalk?
Yeah.
The sidewalk on 7th or on
The
Morgan?
sidewalk on 7th. So basically where it is now, we're gonna, from the apron, we're just gonna shift it to the
Move
sidewalk.
it up, gotcha.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Commissioner Taylor?
One question I have is, one of the necessary evils here is gonna be where all the mechanicals are going. I'm just kinda curious, I didn't see on the site plan where those are being housed and how they're being shielded.
So we have on the terrace, on the back side of the terrace, there's like a back balcony that we're gonna put them.
Okay, so it's up on the roof?
On the roof, mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, on the windows, you're showing a 1/1. Is that the plan for the entire project, or what's your grid pattern?
It's a 1/1. It's a 1/1. This is the grid pattern. I know that they have that one, and when I saw it, I was like, no, that's not it. Just again, going through Tampa Heights, looking at San Francisco, this is the window here that is predominantly used. So this is the one we're going to use. Although I do like that one better.
The only other question I have for now is down at the ground of the stem wall, as far as the finish. I see where, basically all your siding above that is hardy and moving up, but is that going to be some sort of cementitious finish, or you put any thought into that, or?
Yeah,
it looks like block on the drawing.
And I do, hold on one second. I thought I showed that. I do have it. But yes, that is going to be finished with a cement. It's the same thing. We're going to basically continue that cement hardy, where they're flat and or lap siding all the way from the ground all the way up. We do have brick. The courtyard's going to be brick, and because the courtyard's going to be brick, there is like a soldier brick that we're going to use for that as well. Again, just to kind of keep everything flowing and consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
I have to admit that I am amazed by the amount of detail that you have provided, and I very much hope that you can pull it off. And it's, you have two fronts with an amazing amount of detail on each side. Now, you said the courtyard is going to be brick pavers.
Yes.
Okay, and then somehow the brick paver is going to come up on your stem walls before you get to the...
Not come up on the stem wall, just a soldier brick.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So
Okay.
it won't go up.
And then you're going to put hardy board over, even over the block stem wall.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Do I answer Elaine's question?
Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Myers?
No.
So I would like to ask some
Okay.
questions. Yeah. I will get to Elaine's. So I'm just going to go down the remaining lists or items on the list that were not touched upon. The first one was the details of the decorative wall along the rear property line. I don't think you talked about that
I'm sorry.
at all.
The which one?
The decorative wall along the rear property line. It's on this note. It says on drawing number C3.
Yeah, so that's on the east side of the property. That's the one that's adjacent to the existing home now. That's the one that's going to remain the same.
It says along the rear property line, so that would be along the alleyway. Is there a decorative wall along the alleyway?
There is not, no.
Yeah. Commissioner, I'm sorry, I was referring to that as the rear property line because the front, it would be the shortest side of the lot, and that is the side that faces. Northern
Okay,
Street.
so that was that. I do have some questions about the, in tandem with that. On your elevations and even on your rendering, it seems to show some kind of gateway, at least between the two sort of sets of buildings. Can you speak to that and what's going on with that in terms of its detailing?
If we can get it passed through, it's gonna be a trellis.
Can we look at that on the rendering or the elevations?
You want me to?
Either, whichever one shows it more clear. I guess one of your elevations, it appears to be cut off from the rendering.
Well,
It's fine. I just like to see them when I'm talking.
their response. I know, right?
She likes to look us in the eye.
Okay, let me grab one of the, this is one, hold on, let me put that there. I know there was questions whether or not that protruded beyond the property line, and it does not. I think one of the renderings didn't really do it justice. Okay, it's this here. So,
And when we look at it, can you speak to the detailing of all the components that create that gated or that archway? And then it also appears, you're showing that east elevation now, it appears that there's some kind of fencing or something. Maybe that's the other side where the house is currently.
correct.
But if you push the drawing up so we can see the other elevation, there you go. That gateway, is there any kind of gate there for that portal, or is that completely open all the time?
That's completely open.
Okay, so then can we just get into what that gateway is in terms of its architectural detailing? Because in the rendering, it looks like it's a trellis with maybe some kind of CMU column, maybe wood columns. And that's something that we haven't heard anything about in the discussion so far.
Okay, so on both sides of the trellis, you are correct. There is going to be a supporting column. It's an 8x8 column that supports the sides of the trellis. That the trellis will it would hang off of that. And then he's showing it as an arch. It's not going to be as arch as this, but in addition to that, we got to make sure that we can clear, and that's something with DRC. This may be shifted up a little higher here as well. But we did want to call some type of attention to the community, being that this is the entryway to the community. And we do want to, because we have lights and whatnot in this area, but with the columns, so if you look at here, you're going to have columns here, and a column here. And this trellis here will be bracketed here and here, and it will sit inside of a bracket. So this piece will just sit inside of a bracket here, and it will just come up here. The actual arms of the trellis that stick out, or the fingerlings of the trellis that stick out, they will basically straddle. There's two pieces that's going to come over. They'll straddle each piece. So it's basically we're going to create almost like a dental molding or indentation and set that on top, and then it's just strapped in on the sides to hold it in place so it doesn't shift. That also keeps the trellis itself from shifting, so it also adds structural element to it's not just decorative, it's also part of the structural.
So do you have a more, a larger drawing of that to show today, or is that something you're still working on, that scale?
It's still working on because of the scale of it. It's still in design.
And what are the materials?
It's going to be cedar. It's going to be
And
cedar.
the columns?
Same thing, cedar.
Okay. So then the next thing on this list is a comment about all the fence heights being consistent with the approved PD site plan. Can you confirm whether or not that is the case?
You say the fencing height?
Yeah. Are there any other fences on the property that?
No, the only fence that's on the property is the existing fence, the wood fence that is on the east side of the property.
What about the dog park?
That's gonna be at 42 inches.
42 inches only?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There is a comment here about the project pursuing a request for an encroachment easement for the trellis over the driveway.
No,
You're not pursuing that and because you're
it's not encroaching.
not
Yeah.
encroaching? Okay.
So the trellis then will be pulled back so that it does, so that it's within the property line
It's within- yeah.
and probably within the face, inside the face of the two buildings?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for interrupting, Chair.
No, it's all great. Then we need to look at a typical wall section and then any other wall section that you feel better represents any feature that we should be concerned with. And there are a lot of
There's a
wall
lot.
sections, so I'm not like gonna ask you, I don't think anybody here wants you to walk through every single wall section, but a typical detail and then maybe looking at one, a typical wall section, and then maybe looking at one that looks at an entryway and an upper balcony or terrace location, and that would be enough, I think, for all of us.
Okay.
And particular note is the foundation detailing and the stairs and the railings for entries
The
from
railing.
from the street.
Okay. Hold on. So basically, this is the foundation here, obviously. And it is a stem wall. We have to bring it up to a stem wall so that we can get that step up that I was talking about before. So you see the elevations or the different elevations between the grade and then the porch grade here. And so coming into the homes, you have a CMU wall. On top of that CMU, you're going to have furring strips. And then you're going to have obviously your lap siding that's going to be on top of that. It does get a tie back to make sure it's barrier tight. You have a window or a door that will be in this opening here. Do you want me to go over the granular, how we're going to seal the
Actually,
window?
that would be a follow-up question, and so if you could touch on it, how the windows are seated in the wall,
Okay.
and that would mean where they reside in the plane of the wall in relationship to the face of the wall.
Okay.
The finished face of the wall at the exterior.
Okay, so the windows themselves they basically will sit on the edge, the outside edge of the wall itself. And the way we set the windows in is we have a piece of, we basically wrap it in a pan, a watertight pan. It's flexible. We typically use a zip system for our sheathing, and zip systems, it comes with this flexible, it looks like tape. And you basically wrap it on the outside of the window to create a pan. Same thing at the top, same thing around. So you create almost like a U shape around the windows. The bottoms obviously are not, there's a gap in the bottom, so that if water does get into the system, it can get out. And on top, it wouldn't be on this particular one because this one is in, well, it's not really a concern with this particular one because this one there's an overhang, a huge overhang. It's more for the ones that's out here. But you would put a drip edge on the top of that window to make sure that water doesn't get into the system. But if it does get in the system, you keep the bottom, there's a gap on the bottom so the water can get outside of your system. So you have the CMU walls, you have the lap siding, you have the trim around the doors. The typical trim around the doors is going to be the 3.5-inch trim. That's going to be around the doors. When you're moving up, you have this right here, roof system right here, which is this. So you have basically the porch roof. On that, you're going to have a 24-inch soffit, 12-inch or 11.25-inch fascia here, your drip edge obviously, and then you're going to have your charcoal dimensional shingles. Going up the wall, same thing as below. You have your lap siding, your window. We're going to set the windows in the same way. Lap siding, window. This right here. Now,
Can you pull this section down as you go?
Oh, I'm
With
so
you?
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Here you can barely see it. This is going to be another detail with the combination of your 12-inch Hardy trim And then we're gonna come in between here and just put blocks. So running along here. We just put the 9-inch block to create kind of like a dental molding type detail. And then we take a 3-inch and we lay it on the flat to create the top of that, just to give it more dimension. And that's what we're doing in the kind of sort of the midsection here. And then you take it up here. This here is where you have your gutter. Your gutter's going to be coming off of this, off of the rooftop terrace. That's why you have that step up that I showed in the one detail, because your roof is going to be pitched.
Understood.
Okay.
Yep.
And so you're going to have your gutters here. This is just your typical railing, mechanical railing, black, 42 inches above the finish. That's going to be the height of the railing. And then you have your trellis. Your trellis, like I said before, they're going to be made out of the cedar
I'm
as
sorry,
well.
can you pull it down a little bit more again? So all of that trellis work will be cedar?
Will be cedar. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Will you be using metal connection plates or anything like that at the joints?
I'm sorry?
How will you be joining the wood-to-wood pieces as you're turning and making those angles and you're hitting your posts?
So it's an angle bracket. So you have your bracket, you have your typical straight, you have a 90 degree, you have a 45 degree, you have a 6 degree. You just, depending on the degree that you're turning it, that's the bracket.
Are you using wood joinery or are you using metal bracket pieces
Metal.
for fastening?
Metal.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Pieces for fastening. And then, so this is, and then this is just the roof on the top detail here, where you have the fascia, the soffit, and the roof detail.
Okay. Do you have any examples of the trellis itself, like imagery of things that are similar to what your project will provide?
This is the only thing here that I have
Okay.
for the trellis.
Can we go back to the wall section sheet that you're on? I'd like to look at the section that's next to it at the ground level. It appears to be the one of the garage opening. Just wanted to see the bottom. If you could just pull that up so I could see the bottom of that wall section. And am I correct in thinking that that's a section where a garage
Yeah.
opening is? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, so that's the driveway here. For that, so.
Are there any other wall sections or details that you feel like we need to see here today?
Well, I think that was the question. There's so many.
Okay.
So it's more if you want me to.
No, I do have a follow-up question from Commissioner Taylor's question about mechanical units. Are there no other pieces of equipment that will be on site on the ground plane anywhere?
No, there won't be any
Transformers or?
There won't be only equipment, not that we're going to have equipment on the ground, but I mean the water meters are going to be on the west side of the building. The electrical meters will be in the corridor where you have the mailboxes and the trash room. That's where the electrical meters will go. But and the gas meters will go again on the side of the building. But
Okay.
other than that, we're not putting equipment on the ground.
All right, I have no other questions. Any commissioner have any additional questions?
Is there a sprinkler system?
There is.
There is?
Yeah.
And the riser is, I guess, in a mechanical room inside the building somewhere?
It's in the garage. Yeah.
That's a good question. Are you being required to sprinkler any exterior components that face the public side, either on the 7th or Morgan?
Not that I know.
No balconies or anything like that?
Not that I know of, but we haven't gotten the comments back yet.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
It does seem that the windows are very close. It's a very tight, after you've got an extraordinary amount of detail in the, an extraordinary amount of detail except around the windows, and the windows seem to be sort of pulled out flush with the other elements of the building facade. Typically, we would see a little bit more reveal there.
Mhm. So there is, can you see? So although we pull them towards the front of the facade of the home, because we're putting in this trim here, that does create, you do have that, I want to say it's 3/4 inch thick, and then there is another trim piece at the bottom. So that's really the detailing that we have for the windows. That's the only detailing we have for the windows. I mean, even these windows are different design.
Okay, and I'm seeing a window that is not, I think you showed us a section through the window which is equal size in over and under.
Mm-hmm.
But you have you have a taller window which is like twice as tall, it's like twice as tall, so the ventilating, the operable sash is just half the size of the window above it.
Yeah, I think that originally when I submitted this, this was the window detail, and I met with Elaine, and they were basically like, listen, the window look nice, but you can't use these. You got to use the one-to-one style windows.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so we're not using these style windows. This is not the design, unfortunately. This is the design. The single window I showed was the one we're using.
I
Although
don't
do
think
like
you
this
quite
one.
understand the question here.
Okay.
If you look at your turret sort of corner, the faceted corner piece, you have these windows that have the second pane, the second light, the top light
Mhm.
sash
Mhm.
is like 1.5 times the height of the lower sash.
Mhm.
And then you look next to those and you have these paired windows at that elevation to the right,
Mhm.
go to the right,
To the
maybe your
right.
left, I don't know if you're reverse.
Okay.
Those, and they seem more equidistant, right, the two
Mhm.
sashes. So that's the comment there is, what's that move about, I guess?
It's
Is
the
that
height of the window.
question?
It's the height of the window. When you have the window this right here is a 7-foot window, and when they get this big, that's the manufacturer that we're going with. Even with the single windows, they turn into where the top part is a little larger than the bottom part. If it was a 6-inch or a 6-foot window or a 5-foot window, you'll have it a lot more uniform, like these two and this one here. But when they get over 6 feet, they start turning into this type of design.
And you're saying that there's precedent for that?
There is. I mean, they're impact glazing, so they're just big, heavy windows.
I understand that from that perspective, but I thought you were starting to say that there was like historic precedent for.
Oh, no, the precedence is with is not having, see these lines that you have in this window? This is more of like a craftsman style window. So the precedent is that we're going with just, there won't be any detailing.
No,
It's a 1/1, yes.
It's a 1/1. We understand that there's no muttons or mullions. We understand that. We get that. The discussion here is the proportion of the windows, the upper sash to the lower sash, and whether or not there's historic precedent for that, I think. Is that correct, Commissioner Myers?
Well, yes, and I think that there's adequate precedent. I think that it's just, I wanted to make sure that was what they really intended. So there are these 7-foot windows at some points, and then I'm looking at your rendering, and I'm having a little bit of difficulty matching up what's going on the inside with what I'm seeing on the windows.
Okay.
But I think
the window detail here, I think, so now I have to go, I don't have to go. I'm going with an Anderson window. And I know with the Anderson window, when those particular ones, the 1400 series or 100 series, once you get over a certain size with the impact glass, they are this design here.
Okay.
But I didn't see it that as like I didn't think that was an issue.
Okay. And I don't want to make it an issue. I'm just trying to understand the,
Did you look at any that had transoms?
I'm sorry?
Any that had a transom so the lights would be the same size? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. We did. I think that just the elevation, like the elevation that we have here and the elevation that we worked on, we kind of just want to continue with that direction. And so that's why we didn't decide to use a transom over the window. But yeah, we look at them.
Any other questions? So, at this point, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Madam Chair, before, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office, before the applicant does the rebuttal, we just learned that there is someone in the audience who would like to provide a public comment. Can we please take that public comment first before the applicant does a rebuttal? Thank you.
So we will go ahead at this time and receive public comment.
Okay.
As a reminder to you, as you come forward, they're going to clean the podium first. As you come forward, please remember to state your name clearly and spell it. And then you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the out of orderness of this request. My name is Ricky Peterika, P-E-T-E-R-I-K-A. I own the property located at 308 East 7th Avenue, the property adjacent to this property. I didn't really realize this until the fence discussion today. But I believe the PD and the submitted site plans show a fence along the east property being extended to the sidewalk. That existing fence is currently 7 foot 10 feet tall. It was vested as part of a PD that I recently submitted, but not to that distance into the front yard. So I would ask that you consider either a condition to turn and terminate the fence somewhere deeper into that 7th Avenue yard, or have a distance where it transitions to, let's say, a 3 or 4 foot fence, which is actually a part of the existing fence on the 308 property has a condition like that. Otherwise, where I've gotten comfortable with the idea of the building encroaching in the setback, I am less comfortable with a potentially 7 foot 10 fence encroaching, or not encroaching, but extending into the front setback of or the effective front setback on 7th Avenue, even if that is a rear yard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Just to clarify something, Mr. Peterika was mentioning the fence.
Yes.
The commissioners cannot put a condition of the fence related to the project that the applicant has presented, because that fence is not his property. That fence is controlled by the PD from Mr. Peterika's property. Did you say that fence is on your property?
There's proposed fencing, or there's fencing proposed in addition to.
There's no proposed fencing on the project that's presented before.
It is the understanding of the commission. It was one of the questions that I followed up with the applicant, and it was stated that there were no additional fences to be installed with this project. If there's evidence that it's contrary, then it should be entered, but at this point, and I'm sorry, public comment, if there's anybody else who would like to present, you certainly can.
I believe it's in the plans you have in the record currently.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to enter public comment either for or against the project? Thank you, Kamaria. I believe there is no other person who would like to come forward. So we will go ahead and close.
Excuse
the
me,
public
Madam Chair,
hearing.
before you close the public hearing, I just wanted to add a couple points if I could
Okay.
for your
Yes, please.
discussion. In the discussion on the windows, if you so choose to move towards a motion this evening, I think the windows are going to be a major architectural characteristic of this project. We've had larger scale multifamily townhouse projects come through some of the historic districts and kind of seen the impact of poor choices on windows and what that can mean. Also the installation details of those windows, the painting of those windows. So I would recommend that if you move forward with, I think there's very limited information that's been presented to you tonight on windows. If you decide to move forward with a CA, that be delegated to staff for the final window selection, or if it moves to a future hearing, that there be more information or even perhaps window samples that are, and I think just from conversations with the agent, I believe that there's still a lot of uncertainty on the material and the manufacturer of the window. That also just related to the sliding doors. Sliding doors are normally something that the staff works pretty consistently to try to avoid in the historic district. Sometimes there's technical issues that come up that really place you in a situation where the only practical door is a sliding door. That would be your determination. It does set a reference for future projects when that occurs. I just wanted to bring to your attention that there are manufacturers of sliding doors that make options that appear to be more like a French door, having more substantial surrounds and bases. And so when you look at them from a distance, particularly if they're recessed and elevated, they would appear as a French door but operate as a sliding door. So just some information I wanted to provide to you before you get into your discussion.
Thank you. So at this time,
We're going to allow the applicant to have the 5-minute rebuttal. Okay.
That's what I was about to state. Thank you. So if you would like to come forward, you do have 5 minutes for rebuttal to anything that's been stated thus far.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Just so that for the gentleman, I apologize for I didn't get your name. The fence will not be extending to the distance that you were concerned with. We're not doing anything with the existing fence. We're not extending it. We're not really doing anything with the existing fence. So I don't know if that answers your question. I looked at so currently in the construction documents that we have submitted to the building department, they are French doors. There are French doors, but I know we're going to have comments come back, and so I wanted to change the doors to sliding doors, because if you look at the construction documents, the doors extend all the way to the edge, literally almost touching the rails, and that's why I wanted to come up here and say, listen, if I can get sliding doors, that's what I want. However, if it's a problem, then we'll do the French doors, so that we don't, I don't want my project stopped because I'm trying to create more space. The windows themselves, I know that I like the Andersen windows, but I know that PGT and MI make a window that will be a 50-50 window. It's just as a homeowner, as a buyer, when you have to open these big windows that are impact glazing, they're very heavy. They're very, very, very heavy. Now, again, if that's an issue, then I'll just use the 50-50 so that we can keep the project moving. But that, because we are required to have impact glazed windows. We're not required, but I can't see somebody climbing up 3 stories to put shutters on during a hurricane. But so anyway, that's one of the reasons why I think that just kind of think about the windows. But I know that I've worked with Architecture Review Committee, Elaine, and Kevin, right?
Dennis.
Yes.
That's okay.
Dennis. I don't know why I keep calling you Kevin.
That's okay.
Kevin too many times. I think you look like a Kevin or a Patrick. But I know we work together, and if that's again, that's not a huge change. It just isn't. You know, it's not going to affect the design of the building. And so that's it.
Thank you, sir. We will now close the public hearing, and the commissioners will discuss and make a decision. I will start on my right this time. Are there any discussion points?
I would like to suggest to my fellow commissioners that perhaps we consider that the approval of the windows be left to staff, and that the approval of the sliding doors also be left to staff, with the suggestion by the commission that those be 3/4 panel sliding doors. I think I can do that.
3/4 panel, I'm sorry, can you explain to me what that looks like?
Can you make sure to speak up a little bit louder?
Oh, sure. 3/4 panel,
We did see one of the exhibits that had a 3/4 panel front door.
So what that means is that it would only be 3/4 light, which means clear or glass.
Okay.
And the other component would be some sort of opaque material.
Gotcha.
Rather than a full plate of glass, which is what we were shown. I personally don't have an issue with it being full light. What I do have an issue with is that we don't typically see an unadorned, I hate using decor, adornment in my terminology, but when you look at historic properties and you look at the precedent, and we're talking about Victorian era, if you have any kind of French door, it's not just a plate of glass. And you can certainly find versions with the 3/4 and the half for the entry doors. So for me, I think if the owner and his partners are willing to do so, and it sounds like he is, to work with staff and find a profile that's a little bit more appropriate, so that when they are shut, they feel more historic and have some of that need.
Right, even if it's just the appearance, but like Dennis was saying, the function is like a slider.
Right, and I have to say, I like all the products he's produced today. I just don't think that they're all relevant in terms of the period that he would like this project to produce, right, when you're on the street and experiencing it. So I just think they're just very narrow profiles for the period that we're discussing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a lot of glass. And personally, I would like to see the windows set back a little bit so there was a seal created. I understand why it's pushed out from the construction standpoint, for sure. But because of where it's at and the time period that we're trying to mimic, having some depth there. And then as far as the windows themselves, again, it's you've got 1/1 light windows along with potentially sliding doors. It's just it's more of a contemporary modern look.
Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of precedent that was produced. We all have imagery of San Fran and the Painted Ladies and things like that. But when we're looking at projects and we're trying to get through the detailing, so much was spent on the trim and just all those beautiful pieces. But when we're trying to get through the glass, and glass is a big deal in these historic districts, right? And we're putting in a multi-family development like this, which I have to commend. I really want to echo what Commissioner Myers said to you when he first opened, that the massing and the breakdown of that has been done really well, and the movement of the facades along the two main streets is really great. And I think the shadowing and profile is going to be great with all that detailing, but when you really do start to consider how much glass is there, and there is a concern, the study of precedent and presentation of precedent for those particular things is super important. I just want to state that. I agree with the profile of the window, not the way that it's set in the wall. historically would not be flush. That's a very modern move in construction. And I understand it helps with the zip detailing. I've seen that. And I understand how quick and easy that is for you guys in the field. But when we're talking about a historic precedence, we're talking about the way that historically we dealt with water infiltration in our windows and our walls. The more that you could keep that movement away from your plane of point of entry, and that meant pulling your planes back of your windows and your doors and allowing for the drip, the rain drip to take that away. The more you bring that together, the less of that we get from a passive idea, right? And we're relying too much on the zip system and all those other things. So there's that, but there's also the historic precedent of the shadow line. And even though you have a lot of planes that are broken up with mass and void, you still have a lot of windows on a flat surface. And so the more that you can pull that away, you'll get more of that shadow play. And then it'll also allow that feeling of tremendous amount of glass potentially to break down. So it's a, you know, yes, we would want to see more detailing in the glass, but I also know that historically you can certainly find precedent with larger openings glazed with a 1/1. I do think the question that you asked Commissioner Taylor about whether or not they had looked at a transom in that taller window, I think there was maybe a misunderstanding there as well in terms of what that meant. I don't think that Commissioner Taylor, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you meant a transom and then a header and then a window. I have seen those before where you have a taller window opening, but the window is broken, so there's a bottom sash, a middle sash, and then the transom overhead, which also was historically the way that we dealt with passive cooling, right? So we would use the transom to help get the hot air out because it was higher and those sorts of things. So
and those transoms can be 12 inches, 18 inches, 24 inches. I mean, there's a lot of options out there for that. And so you are absolutely right. What I'm thinking is, you know, a section, and then the transom, and it's all one window. I know there are several manufacturers, probably all the major manufacturers at this point, make it in a vinyl or aluminum clad window at this point. And I have to assume most of them probably make it with an impact glass as well.
Yeah. So I think there are ways that you can, you know, I would encourage the team, the design team, the ownership, to just look at ways that you could break down the idea of a lot of glass without expending a lot of time and money, you know. Any other comments or concerns? So I think we're agreed with Commissioner Myers in terms of the sort of big nuggets of concern.
So, do we want to go ahead and suggest that staff approve?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. I think we all agreed on that.
Yeah.
Would you like to go ahead and make a motion?
See, I have to form it properly here.
Please take it.
Okay, this is a
Take your
final
time.
approval. This is a final approval with conditions, right?
Right.
Okay.
And be as
So-
clear as possible with the conditions.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC number 21-160 for the property located at, and now I'm going to have to, 302 East 7th Avenue, because based upon,
With the following
with the
conditions.
following conditions. And that is that the approval of windows is left to staff, and the approval of sliding doors is also left to staff, and that the staff's determination be driven by historic precedent. And because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with and this is the Tampa Heights. Ah. Page 3.
Sorry. If you go to page 3 of the staff report, there's a list that you can look at that gives you the guide of the report. Of the
report, thank you.
I'm sorry. Should we start over again? No, good? Okay.
I'm good, okay.
Because
so I can do, okay.
you don't have to read them all unless you really want to. You can just sort of select the major components of why.
Let's see.
You were at the part where it's because based upon the findings of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the
conditions found in the plan development?
Consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines.
Okay.
For the following reasons.
Okay. That the massing and form is consistent with other buildings in the district of this same type, and that the proportion and size of the new buildings compared with other buildings within the district is similar.
I'll second the motion.
And before we vote, can I ask the applicant if you understand if you could come to the mic and just confirm whether or not you understand the conditions of the motion?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I do understand.
And then I'd like to remind my commissioners that when voting, we need to raise our hand. So do I have, I'm forgetting what I'm asking. All in favor, please raise your hand and indicate aye.
Aye.
Not in favor? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was tough. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Been requested. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
I got everything. Yep.
Boss me out, lay down and die. It's my life, baby. Let me live it like I please. Baby, if things ain't going to suit ya, you can take off with a breeze. Oh, it's my life, pretty baby. Let me live it like I please. Oh, it's my life, baby. Let me live it like I please. If things ain't going to suit you, honey, you can take off with the breeze.
After our phone conference?
It's exactly the same. That's my life. Let me live it like I please, won't you?
You staying awake? Are you staying awake? No.
Some say you won't, some say you do, some say you don't, but I know what you've been through. You're gonna treat me, baby, just like I treat you. Some say you can, some say you can't, some say you is, some Well, my brother, Black Billy, told me when I was a very young man. Well, my brother, Black Billy, told me when I was a very young man.
Continue with tonight's commission hearing. Please be seated. Thank you. And then if there's anyone here who's entered that has not yet been sworn, could you please stand and we'll go ahead and get you all sworn in. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing this evening is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Commissioners Elaine Lund. The next case on the agenda this evening is ARC 21-184 for the property located at 301 East Hannah Avenue in the Seminole Heights Historic District. This is a request for new construction for additions to the primary structure and for a new accessory structure with site improvements. At this time, I will move into the photo presentation. So this property is located on the north end of Seminole Heights of the Historic District. You'll note that it is outside the National Register Historic District boundaries, but it is located within the local Historic District boundaries. This is a non-contributing building that was constructed in 1950, which is outside the period of significance for the Seminole Heights Historic District. So this is the 1920s Sanborn map showing the location of the subject site in green. You'll see that there was nothing there at that time. It is located at the southeast corner of Hannah Avenue and Branch Avenue. And this is the present day aerial showing the subject site outlined in green. You can see the existing structure on the site there now. It's oriented such that it faces Hannah Avenue. And this is the front of the property, so this is the north elevation. Moving around the building, this is the the east side. This is the west side facing Branch. And then this is the portion of the building that's the existing garage, or original garage, also on that west side. This is the rear of the building. Actually, you're looking at the rear of the garage there. It is attached to the main structure, so it is the rear of the building. This is the alley that runs east-west behind the property. This is the building that is just to the east of the subject site. This is the building across Branch from the subject site. And then I believe this is across Hannah. So this should be the street view looking east along Hannah. You can see the, well, if you look very closely, you can see the overpass of the interstate in the distance. This view is looking west. And then this is the view looking south, I believe, along Branch. And then looking north with the subject site on your right. So at this time, I'll ask the applicant to begin his presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Dobbs, 5502 North Cherokee Avenue. I'm the agent for Annette Ball, the owner of the property. She approached me because she needs some additional living space. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath home built in 1950, sort of a mid-century modern style home. It's on an oversized lot in the neighborhood, and there's an existing sort of semi-detached garage, single-car garage. So we looked at various ways to add the additional bedroom or master suite that she wants to do. She also wanted to maintain covered parking or a garage for security. And then also on the front of the house really just has a covered entry. It has no porch. So we wanted to kind of look at a way to do a porch and have it sort of fit the character of the neighborhood, because most of the houses, being arts and crafts style, have fairly large porches. So this is a very different project than normally I present. It seems like I do a lot of work in Seminole Heights, and most of them are craftsman style, traditional style homes. So it's a treat to work on something a little bit different. So as I said, it's sort of a mid-century modern style house. So we want to sort of work with a lot of the existing character and details of the house. So I wanted to just kind of start with just some photographs, just pointing out some of the details that we're going to be sort of recreating with the addition. So on the, does this work? This microphone?
Yes.
Okay. So on the front of the home, this is fairly typical, this horizontal band. It's masonry with stucco, relatively smooth, almost sand finished stucco. And then aluminum casement windows. This Palladian or tripartition type windows, very common in this style home. The challenge with the front porch was we have 2 different roofs here. So what we ultimately ended up doing was just went from this corner over, and that's the area of the porch. You can also see that there's a little patio that's defined by this wall that has the similar sort of texture as this horizontal band here. This is a little closer up view of the, okay. No? Are y'all hearing me okay? Okay. So this shows the steps up to the covered entry. This sort of wrought iron work is kind of common, but we're going with a much simpler, just cylindrical post with the porch addition. And then we're going to be extending these steps, so the porch addition ends up going out here. Most of the original house has like 1x6 tongue and groove soffits. These at some point were redone to what you see here, but all the other areas of the house have the 1x6 soffit, which is what we're proposing with our addition. Another sort of unique element is on the fascia. It has a crown molding, and that's pretty consistent and kind of typical. It's sort of a transitional style house, and so a lot of these sort of more classical elements would kind of be introduced, and so we're maintaining that detail. And so you'll see on the site plan, the main body of the house facing, this is the north side of the house. This is the western elevation. And then you can see the detached 1-car garage here. There's some glass block here and glass block here. This was maybe open at one time. Maybe this was like a dog trot or something where it had an open or screen porch or covered connector. But it's obviously been enclosed. It's conditioned living space, and it has this T111 vertical siding and then aluminum windows that have a dark bronze finish. And these were leaving, but we felt the T111 siding is not really appropriate, so we're going to be doing stucco over that. And then also some other features to note on the gable ends. Again, this is where some of those traditional building elements are used on this more modern style home. This is like a drop lap or Dolly Varden siding, and then you can see how these louver vents are on the gable ends. And then the flat soffit is transitioned to the right here. This is, architects like to refer to this as a pork chop eave. It's, we usually try and avoid those, but that's part of the style and character of this house. This is a closer view. The house does have an elevated wood floor structure, and the vents were created by 3 cell blocks basically laid on their side, 2 of them, to create the foundation vents. And you'll notice there's multiple roof lines too. This actually has like a 4-foot overhang as opposed to the 2-foot overhang, so that's why it drops a lot lower there. This is in the back of the house, and then again you can see this is sort of the eastern or the northern portion of the house, and then this is part of that connector. You can see the siding a little closer, but then on the back here you can kind of see a little more clearly the 1x6 V groove, and then they would just leave a part out for the vents. That's how that was traditionally done. You can see how the windows, where the casement windows are set back. You have stucco returns. We're going to be setting our windows back and have the stucco return. We're not doing the brick sills. We're going to differentiate the new from the existing by doing a precast concrete sill. And then also, I forgot to mention, these stucco reveals pretty much are consistent all the way around the structure with the exception of the breezeway here. So we're going to be recreating that, which what Frank Lloyd Wright referred to as sort of regulating lines, sort of emphasizing the horizontal, kind of tying all the elements of the building together. So the scope of the work, basically, as I mentioned, adding the front porch, which you can see here. So we're just going out as far as that existing patio wall. And then where this roof is, we're encroaching a little bit over on this side so that we have a reasonable, usable width on the front porch. The other part is the existing garage. You step down into it, so we're going to raise the floor up to that, and we're going to, I can maybe move this one over, if that helps. Okay, all right. Oh, I can hear myself much better now. So the existing garage is going to be enclosed and become part of the master bath closet area, and then also utility room. And then the access to the new garage, which is here, which is a detached accessory building. There's a little breezeway on the back. And then this is where the master bedroom is here, which is what we're adding on. Again, an elevated floor structure. And then there's a wood gate here, and I have details of that. And then we have the driveway, and ribbon drives to sort of match what's very common in the neighborhood. There's an existing driveway here that we'll be taking out, and also transportation had comments about taking out this little portion. There's a walk that goes to the existing sidewalk. Transportation says we need to take that out. This is up there, that helps. Okay. So the existing is basically, that's the patio, the small entry, covered entry, and then there's this little planter area here. And then, so what we're doing is, you can see the porch here. So we're going to replace that existing post with a round post, and then a 3-inch round column, and then we're going to have 2 more round columns here, and then we're going to have a guardrail go around on this side. And then we're going to be extending the steps all the way to this existing garden wall here. And then over here, we're going to extend the planter wall all the way to here. And then along this connector, as I mentioned, we're going to stucco these walls over the T111 and have a textured stucco that will match the existing stucco, and we're creating a secondary entrance here for guests, because guests may park along the road here. And then this is sort of like a little side door. So we have steps up to that, and then this door is between the window and this existing wall. This is where the existing garage is, and as you can see, it's being recreated into a master bath, closet, AC closet, and then this is utility area over here, and then creating a little vestibule to the master bedroom. So we're basically coming out 12 feet by 16.8, and then this is about a 5-foot walkway on the back that goes from the utility room back and then down some steps and then into the single car garage. I forgot to mention when we were looking at the site plan, we're required to have 2 spaces that meet City of Tampa transportation standards. So we're doing that by having one inside the garage and then having a garage door so that the other car can park back here. And you are allowed to park in tandem on single-family residential. And to keep it secure, my client can pull in, go out this door, and then go right into the house. There's a gate, 6-foot high fence with the gate right here, which you'll see in the elevations. I should probably start, you know what, I'm going to start with the front elevation. So just barely fits. Okay. So as you can see, this is the little garden wall and the horizontal band and then the reveal. It has this sort of colonial style door that we're replacing with the more mid-century modern style door. The railing, we're just keeping simple 3/4 inch square pickets to kind of pick up on more traditional railing rather than doing some sort of horizontal stainless steel cables or glass or something, which I feel is too modern. We need to kind of maintain a little bit of the historic precedent of the neighborhood. And then the gable, and with the drop lap siding in the gable and vent will match the existing, but be proportionally scaled down to meet the smaller gable. And then we'll have the same sort of porch top eaves there. On the side, you can see the porch on the side, and then let me move it over here a little bit. And then, so basically on the back is, this is where there's a wood deck. This is the back side of the garage, and then we're adding all this over here, which you can see this existing window, we're going to raise it up because the floor raises up. And then the breezeway is along here and then steps down. So we're actually over 36 inches, so that's why this is going to be a 36-inch high guardrail. One of the staff comments was about the window sizes and operation. This is actually going to be a single hung window, but we're going to have horizontal muttons to kind of pick up on the style of the existing windows. And then there's this is the breezeway connector, and then you have the garage with the simple flush panel garage door, and then again smooth stucco, gable end siding and vent to match existing. And notice also the different eave heights. The main house has, as you can see, has a little bit different height eave or fascia than this connector, even on the back side. The garage is a little bit lower, but then for the master bedroom addition to get an 8-foot ceiling, we had to bump it up a little bit from this. And then when we come over here, we didn't want to drop this back down. We wanted to keep this. It was a trade-off. Do this and have this be a little tall, or drop this down and have the breezeway connector come over the roof. And I didn't feel like that was really appropriate. So on the back elevation, there's sort of like 2 rear elevations, and this was the staff comment. So this is the garage, the north elevation of the garage. So you're like at the house looking back towards the garage. So this is the door to the garage. This is the covered roof. This is actually the master bedroom addition in the foreground. And then we have a small fixed window, just to have some natural light in the garage. And then again, we have those bands. This is the alley elevation of the garage, which no windows, and then the band here. Let's see. So this is the existing rear elevation of the garage with the house in the background. But with the addition, this is cutting through at the breezeway. So again, you see the breezeway there, and then the steps up, and then the windows and band, and then the gable and treatment there. This is actually the existing wood deck beyond. So this side is sort of like the other front. So you can kind of see here the porch. You don't see the steps because the garden wall's in the foreground. And then as you move over, these existing windows will remain. The glass block will remain, but part of it will come out so that we can do the new full light door here. And then these are the existing windows, and this obviously is where the new stucco is. The existing garage door will be removed and considered just having it recessed, but it didn't look right, and it looked better to go ahead and just fill it in with masonry and then just have a single window and master bath, but yet go ahead and leave the glass block. And then working our way over is the window at the single hung window at the master bedroom, and then this is the connector roof in the background. This elevation, we're actually going to have some lights in the garage door, which when I show you the garage door details, you'll see that. It really picks up on the mid-century modern style, but initially I just started with the flush panels. And then this gate and fence with horizontal slats, which I have some details of that. So the details, the existing wall section at the garage is basically that's the existing wall and roof. We're going to sheathe on the underside of the rafters and then build a new floor structure elevated, so we'll just have like crawl space below. The typical, this is the typical garage section, which is just all masonry, the floating slab inside the garage, and then a high heel truss here. And then this is let me do this one over here first. This is like a section at the master bedroom addition. So we have a concrete block wall with a crawl space. The vents, as I mentioned, will match the existing sort of 3-cell blocks turned on their side for the foundation vent. And then masonry with insulation drywall on the inside, a high heel truss for insulation, and then the V-groove wood soffit, and then the small crown on the fascia. This is the section through the master bedroom and the breezeway. So the breezeway has a concrete slab that's stepped down about 4 inches and sloped to the exterior. This is the guardrail. The window details was one of the comments that staff had. So this is section's actually taken through the window, and I'll show you the window detail in a minute. And then this shows the 3-inch diameter steel column that's actually in the foreground in this section, and then just a small, simple, smooth, hardy clad beam. Again, keeping the details very simple and clean. And then lastly, the window detail, similar to that previous project, profile painting, or how the window is sort of set within the opening, is a very important character defining detail. So these windows are going to be set back from the outside face, and then we're going to have stucco returns. We're using a PGT aluminum window. All the existing windows are aluminum, so they have a smaller profile. They don't have the bigger stiles and rails like the traditional sort of wood windows. And so PGT and other aluminum windows have those smaller profiles. And then on the inside, we're just going to have wood casing trim to match the existing. And as you can see, the precast sill drops down and has a bigger sill to sort of pick up on something similar to the existing brick sills on the house. So in looking at shingles, this is actually from Owens Corning. It's on their website right now. But this looks like something right from the 50s, doesn't it? Most houses in Seminole Heights, are done with dimensional asphalt shingles or metal. But on this style house, it was typically just regular, simple 3-tab shingles, and with maybe some pretty vivid colors, as you can see there in that ad. And so this is what we're proposing, for the roof. Clopay makes a modern type garage door line called Canyon Ridge. This is what it looks like. And what we're going to propose is having slats like that on the side. And then there's some other details again, like that type door. And as far as lighting and hardware, we're going to go with stainless steel or brushed nickel for all the exterior hardware. I know a lot of the Craftsman style houses have the oil red bronze and darker hardware. But also you have to decide whether you want to go with a rectilinear or curved type fixture. Either one's appropriate, but my client preferred to have more of the rounded fixture. So this is what we'd have for fixtures on the wall, like on either side of the garage door. That's just the wall sconce. And then to go along with that, like in the porch, is to have same thing as a round fixture with the horizontal fins or whatever you call it for the ceiling mounted light fixtures. She really likes this color garage door. It's like a dark turquoise, but really wanted to pick up on what we're thinking about doing on the garage door, but do it on the front door as well. And basically doing a 4-panel door. This is an MMI door. It's a fiberglass door. And so you see it right there. And then there's another view of it. Again, picking up on the mid-century modern style. And then on that breezeway, not the breezeway, the connector between the existing house and the existing one-car garage, we're doing a single light door. So this one I've presented before this board before. Is a very nice, very simple, clean sash or single light door that has a very slight wood grain to it. It has a very simple glazing stop around the glass. And then the other thing is the hardware. This is one of Schlage lines of hardware. Because I hate to say getting older, but she's going to be in this house for a very long time. So lever hardware is very important when you get older, when you can't grasp things. So we're doing lever type hardware, but with the stainless steel finish. So this would be like an entry set here. There's a little closer detail. The wood fence that I mentioned between the house and the garage, the new garage, is we're going to just have horizontal slats, and then the gate, similar to that. I have it called out on the drawings as 1x4s, which is so it's going to be very similar looking to that. Lastly is the reveal is an important character defining feature on this house because there's 2 bands that go all the way around all the elements in the house. So Fry Riglet makes stucco accessories, and this is basically a channel screed or control joint, but you can pretty much get them in any size, any depth here to match your stucco depth, and any width or height here to match. In this case, I think it's like 2 inches, so that's what we're using for our stucco. And again, the stucco, the texture is just going to match the existing texture on the stucco. So before I conclude my presentation, I'm going to see if my client wants to say anything. Are you okay? Okay. Okay, so, well, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff will now present their report.
Thank you. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Commissioner staff finds that this application is consistent with the Seminole Heights design guidelines. I believe that the applicant did address all of the conditions that were listed in the staff report. So with that, I have no other comments, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. At this time, we will go ahead and open it for public comment. Is there anyone here tonight who would like to come forward and speak either for or against the project? Seeing no indication, we will go ahead and close the public comment period. And at this time, we will move to questions by the commissioners. And I will start on my left with Commissioner DeCubis.
I don't have any questions, actually.
Commissioner Taylor?
I don't have any either.
Okay, and Commissioner Myers?
I only have one question. Can you bring up the secondary elevation along the side street? The one that's really long, it shows the garages, right? I know that you've worked a lot with the roof slopes. The slope over the master bedroom addition, where you've terminated it in gable, it just seems kind of chopped there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you asked about that, because that's one of the things I struggled with the most on this project. And basically, the existing house, it has the gable on the garage, and then it's hipped back to this ridge here. On the addition, because of the way this roof was configured, there was no simple way to have this ridge connect with this ridge because they don't align. So I just left this plane the way it was, and then I brought this one down to tie in to this plane. And I think probably the roof plan would help explain it a little bit better. And it's weird because there's like different roof slopes. It looks like it's all the same roof slope in the elevations, but it's sort of like this. So this is sloping down this way, and this is sloping this way, and then this is sloping this way and this way. So so that you have a fascia that runs across there. So when we get into the new roof plan, I'm not sure if this is reading real well, but there's a gable here, and we looked at the massing and form to try and maybe have a front-facing gable, but it didn't work well with this mass, and we wanted to sort of differentiate the massive addition and tie into the side. So it's just a function of the geometry. So if you can see here, you have a hip valley that comes up to this ridge, and then you have a hip ridge that comes up to this ridge, and then the hip ridge comes back down, and then you have a hip valley here, and then this is the ridge that goes to the rear gable. So you can see the existing ridge is here, and then the new ridge is here, so it's sort of offset. And it was just, I couldn't find any clear, simple way to reconcile joining the roof over this area with the roof over on this area. So that's how we ended up with that kind of geometry there.
And it wasn't possible to continue because you've got the ridge over the addition, and then you can't hip that down.
You talking about continue this over?
No, the new ridge that you've established, just hip that back.
Oh, you talking about hip it here?
Yes. Didn't work for you?
No, and I think probably the best way to show that is the elevation that shows the, that side of the garage. Because this house doesn't have any hips, except where the roofs get reconciled up here. But everything else is gable, so we wanted to keep with gables. So, let's see, oh, this is the elevation right here. So, yeah, so this is the side-facing gable that you see right here. So I think I felt if we hip this back, this would look like a pyramidal shaped roof. And you know, elevations are obviously deceiving. They aren't realistic, but you know, so looking at it in perspective, you'd see a pyramidal shaped roof from this corner here, which would definitely not be appropriate because everything, as I said before, on the house is pretty much gables. And as I mentioned too, we had to step up the eave or fascia because of the higher ceiling height here. This is actually as low as we can go per code, 7 feet in here. So, yeah, no, it's in these kind of projects, you know, you're always looking for the perfect solution, but it's all about creative problem solving, so you're never going to have a perfect solution. So you look for the best solution with all things considered. So that's what I feel we were able to do here.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions at this time either. So I believe at this time I believe you still get your 5 minutes for rebuttal if you have anything that you'd like to add for the record.
No, I think we're good on everything. Again, the only issue I think is the roofs, you know, and that was certainly something I struggled with. But the only thing I'd like to just reiterate one more time is, you know, on these kind of projects where you're doing additions, you have to work with existing conditions, and sometimes, you know, there's not a perfect solution. So we feel like this is the best solution with all things considered. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and now the commissioners will discuss and make a decision. Any commissioner wish to discuss any points or maybe make a motion?
I'm gonna go straight into it.
No discussion points. Well, let's entertain a motion then.
All right. I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 21-184 for the property located at 301 East Hannah Avenue. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Seminole Heights Historic District design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons. That the massing and building form is consistent with the other buildings in the district. The alignment, rhythm, and spacing is also consistent with the patterns along the block, as well as the maintaining the quality within the district of the design detailing within the historic district.
I have a second for that motion.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, please raise your hands and state aye.
Aye.
Any nay? Seeing none, motion passes, and congratulations.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. Moving down the agenda, the next case is ARC 21-186. This is for the address of 815 South Rome Avenue. This is in the Hyde Park Historic District. The current zoning is PD. This is for new construction for a commercial building of approximately 7,000 square feet. If you go to page 3 on your staff report, some of the past action in the last part of 2020 and in November, there was an approval for the structure that was, or that is still currently there, to be relocated. And then also following that approval in January of 2021, there was an approval to rezone the property from an RS50 to PD. That PD is currently in place. The site plan that they're going to provide you tonight is consistent with the PD program that was approved. As part of the approval of that PD, if you look at on page 3 as well, in the middle of that page, the application of standards, there's 11 criteria that are attached to the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. The first 5 criteria on the guidelines talk about scale, the height and the width, the massing and building form, the setbacks, the orientation and site coverage, and rhythm, alignment, and spacing. So through the PD process, those items were approved. So the remaining items, 6 through 11, are open for review this evening. At this point, I'd like to quickly go through the photo presentation. On the monitors, the property in question that we're going to review this evening is highlighted in the shaded green area. It does face Rome Avenue. It's at the intersection of Rome and Snow. This is the Sanborn map from 1929 that we're starting with. The southern street is Bristol, and there is an alley that runs north and south behind the property. This is the vicinity map. Just to get your bearings, you see Hyde Park Village, that is here. You have Swan Avenue to the north, and then you have Bristol to the south, and then Rome Avenue that runs north and south, which is the front street. This is the overhead. Property in question is highlighted in the green box. You have Snow that is within the Hyde Park Village, and you see the concentration within Hyde Park Village in the roof line. And this is when it was being constructed, as it dies into Rome, and it's basically at this apex here where the new construction is. This is looking back at the site. This is the structure that was approved for relocation. Obviously, it hasn't been relocated yet, but this is looking at some of the vegetation that's still there and some of the challenges that they have to build a new construction on this site. This is the new construction, which we refer to, that's happened probably in the last 25 years. This is abutting to the north. You see the massing and the density at that site. This is Kate Jackson, the house at Kate Jackson Center. This is to the south of the subject site. And this is Hyde Park Village, a portion of it that is just across the street from the front of the property. A couple of street shots. Property in question is over here. This is looking down Rome towards Bayshore Boulevard, which is to the south. This is in the other direction. Property in question is over here. You see the house that's still remaining. Snow Avenue as it dies into Rome. This is Rome, Snow, and then the massing in Hyde Park Village. Property in question is over here. This is Bristol, and this is Rome, looking at the parking garage and Kate Jackson Center. And then the last photo that I'm going to share with you, this is the condition of the alley and the alley that's behind the subject site. Having said that, I'm going to have the agent address the board at this time. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive, and I have the pleasure of representing John Touchton, who's here tonight. John is the owner of this property, will be the developer, and will also be the occupant of it. And also with me rounding out our team are Stephen Smith of Cooper Johnson Smith and Ricky Pederica of Dark Moss. And as Ron mentioned, we're in front of you tonight requesting a certificate of appropriateness for new construction of a commercial building at 815 South Rome. Our presentation is largely going to be based on the design of the building, but I thought it would be important to recount some of the historical aspects. I know 2 of you have seen this, and this is hopefully our last round, and 2 have not. And so just to recap that, we have been in front of you several times, and each time receiving unanimous approval. And our first was our request to move the existing structure that Ron showed to a property that's on Fremont That was approved. We then sought and received actually twice a recommendation to rezone the property to PD. That recommendation traveled to City Council, where it was unanimously approved by City Council. So, and as a short summary, what the PD allows for is a business and professional office that's the only use allowed, totaling just over 6,900 square feet. In addition to the use and the square footage that was approved, the PD also approved many aspects of the development, including the setbacks, the height, and the buffers, and as Ron mentioned, we'll be in conformance with all of those. We showed both the ARC and the City Council the proposed design for the building. So for two of you, you'll be seeing the same. It's just been further evolved and further refined. And then for the purpose of the CA, we believe we have a thorough and complete presentation tonight, and we're confident that the proposed building meets the Hyde Park design guidelines criteria for new construction. So with that, I'll turn things over to Stephen Smith, but we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Right. Thank you, Commissioners. Stephen Smith, Cooper Johnson Smith Architects, 102 South 12th Street. Thank you for hearing this yet one more time tonight for Certificate of Appropriateness. And I will try to move through it, especially for the benefit of you commissioners that have not seen it, and certainly answer any questions that you have. So I'll start with the present site. Okay, this is really the existing survey showing the existing house that's pushed far to the north on the property. Wanted to show that the existing trees on the site. We're removing 3 oaks and 2 palms. They're the ones that are X'd out. And then saving 6, and 3 of those are the biggest oaks on and around the site. This is relatively the same scale as what I'll show you with the new proposal. Okay, the proposed site plan, again, South Rome Avenue, Marjorie, so on the corner. The approach to this was for this property being a very kind of quiet commercial use. It's a small scale office, really a family office, and it's meant to be a transition between the active Hyde Park Village and the houses beyond it. So this is a quasi-house-like project meant to be almost an end cap to the neighborhood. So what I'll show you is we're trying to position the building as a house would be, and the scale that you'll see and the height and massing of it is very residential in scale. So the building is pushed up to the corner of the property, and then to the rear is a parking courtyard, the way we've described it. Our goal is to have entry gates in, as well as iron fencing that encloses that parking court, and then heavy landscaping around the perimeter of it so that the presence of the car is minimized as much as possible. Our goal is for you to see very little of the automobile there. In terms of how the building works, we have 2 entries. One that would occur for the folks working there coming in from the parking lot. And then we have an entrance off of the sidewalk off of Rome for folks coming from the village or occupants going to the village, but needing a front door on Rome. Very important. The setbacks of the building are those that were approved in the PD. We have at the closest point, we're 11 feet off of the property line. We step back to 15 feet. And then at the corner, we're about 10 feet, 9'11" to the projection, and then 15 feet there. 7 feet on the closest point where we share property line with a neighbor. It's their equipment yard. It's also our equipment yard. So with a building on a corner, you only get one sort of B-side, call it, for service, and that really is the one. Very difficult to see, and it will be buffered back there. Other aspects of the site is along the sidewalk, along Marjorie, we have a pedestrian gate that you can come on in and go into that entrance as well. So accessibility from all of the public rights of way. Some other elements in the site plan, we have, and you'll hear me talk about, and I'll show detail, we do have a garbage can enclosure that's inside the property and really hidden from the neighbors, as well as a location out for trash day, for staging of those cans. It was very important to the neighborhood when we proposed this originally that we do not contribute any more cans into the alley. It's kind of a sea of those right now. Other things such as transformers and generators are internal to the property, not to be seen by the neighbors. We also have, you'll see, I'll show you very quickly in the floor plan, we have an exit. We have an exit stair here, and then a second means of egress on that side. Showing first the entry off of Rome coming in, the entry porch flanked by two piers with that will have urns there at the stairs, and then also the entry coming from parking, coming into really the core elevator stairs, and then a very simple plan with one tenant on the ground floor. Second floor plan, what I really wanted to show are things you'll see on the exterior massing are there is a standout balcony over that entry off of Rome, as well as a terrace that's at that north corner off of one of the major offices. Roof plan for the project, while it's commercial, again, is a very simple hip roof. There's no flat roofs. It's completely guttered. There are at least a pair of downspouts or rain chains you'll see on each of the elevations to control water from the building. A little bit about inspiration for the project before the elevations. Again, this project being a transition property between the commercial and the residential, along with the fact that both our client and ourselves being fascinated with Prairie School architecture, Wrightian architecture, the fact that it was both traditional and forward-looking, modern at the same time. We, really, really kind of love that direction. The Lehman House is just a beautiful example in the district. Another Wrightian house showing some of the typical features, the really large overhangs, the use of horizontal architectural cast stone bases, and then quite a bit the use of brick masonry. Another inspirational photo that's actually a house that is in South Tampa. Really loving the masonry, in this case, the stone cladding on the home. It almost is referential of limestone, which is, of course, native to our area. Everything that you see here in coloration, these sort of reddish brown, almost mahogany colored windows, blue, kind of a light blue gray eave treatment. Just you'll see those kinds of things in our elevation. Okay, the elevation off of Rome Avenue, again showing a pitched roof that has the sort of roof pitch, the large overhangs, 4-foot overhangs that you would see in Prairie School architecture. And the material, I'll show you, we hope to be able to do a true slate roof, and then we have a fallback of a really heavily textured high-end asphalt shingle to approximate the feel of the texture of slate. But just as with the Prairie architecture, we have an architectural precast base, pedestals, urns. There's a sill line, a horizontal sill line that's also architectural precast. There's an eyebrow element that is also precast, as well as the sill on the second floor and the spandrel panel that's over that front entry door, and that becomes really the balcony wall of that standout balcony. The upper portion of the second floor, much like a lot of the Prairie School and like the Lehman House, is a steel trowed slick finish plaster stucco. In terms of what we're seeing, in terms of material, I'll show you a similar stone, architectural stone for that as well. While we're here, showing the gutter system and then rain chains at really the four corners. With these huge overhangs, downspouts can be a really difficult thing to handle. So we've had really good luck with rain chains, properly designed and installed. This is the entry side from the parking lot. So again, our entrance and almost tower-like elements creating the center feature that becomes an entry portal, and then seeing the same detailing, and then the bay projecting at the corner, which is this elevation. At key areas in terms of the doors and some of the windows, we've taken the more Prairie Craftsman style mutton pattern, and then added a bit more detail just to elevate the detail at the center or important elements of the elevations. This is our north side, the one that's very tight with the neighbor, and you can see the kind of the cutout of that corner porch, as well as three windows that light the stairwell that really takes this whole area, and this opens out to that second means of egress. There'll be air handlers in this area. We're venting the building, makeup air, bath exhaust on that side so that they're not seen on any of the prime other three sides. Colored elevation, again, following that photograph, we have the stonework. These are showing aluminum-clad wood windows, like we do in our best houses. Something I didn't show before, but here's that carved-out corner porch. The entry from the parking lot side. Again, we'll show you what these light fixtures are and so on. Corner. And then here's some quick three-dimensional views. So the view from Rome, showing a bit better that corner carved out for the porch, also showing the second exit there. And a view from the corner of Rome and Marjorie. In the elevations over the entry points, we have in that balcony spandrel architectural precast, we're proposing to do some relief detail that might be referential to some of the Prairie School glass windows that were so wonderful. Here's a detail of what that might be like. Here's a section through it. So again, it's an architectural precast panel. So while this looks like there's a lot of detail there, it is all very subtle. It's all just shadow elements. Working from the overhang, showing the roof shingles or slate. At the overhang, we're doing a raked eave on that would be in smooth, hardy material. Then the soffit would be trimmed in hardy material as well to look like the wood trim that occurred in the Prairie houses. And then a recessed plaster stucco continuous overhang detail. The details showing our residential windows, architectural precast stone sill that's continuous, a custom aluminum gutter system with rain chain and scupper. And moving down below that floor, this is the second floor. Building will be made out of reinforced concrete masonry, hollow core plank on the second floor. Showing this veneer that we'll show, we'll show you a sample of. It's a thin architectural stone veneer. Showing the eyebrow that again is architectural cast stone. The windows, again, cast stone, continuous sill, and cast stone base. the very bottommost piece of the base will be cast concrete rubbed with stucco. We feel that might get quite a bit of abuse down there. It will also be covered with base plantings. So feeling like it being stucco over concrete,
Can you
painted
pull
like
that section up in the view? We can't see the.
Oh,
bottom.
sorry about that.
Thank you. And then just point to what you were
Yes.
speaking about.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you.
that's the step base. So the upper part of the step is the architectural cast stone. The lower part would be cast concrete, cast in place with a stucco rub on it and then painted to be the color of the cast stone. This is the thinner stone that we're showing on the base and the bottom part, the lower part of the upper floor. It is similar to that residence that we showed an inspirational picture of. And it is meant to have the feel.
Can you go closer to the microphone, please?
It is meant to have the feel of a limestone. It does have slight rustication to it, so it will cast a shadow. The grout would be a white to help lighten up the palette. And then the precast would also match the grout in kind of more of a pure white. This is the product. Again, it's a thin architectural cast stone. The preferred roof will be a True Slate product that is a GAF panelized slate roof. And then the fallback would be a CertainTeed Grand Manor asphalt shingle, very heavy, like a 40-year roof with a lot of shadow and character to it. Another photo of that. The windows that we're proposing are by Sierra Pacific. They are a high-end residential window and also a commercial window manufacturer. They will be aluminum clad over wood. These are very similar to the last house that we proposed to you folks and then have built and constructed in the neighborhood. So one that we like a great deal. We're proposing simulated divided light, insulated windows, and they would be the traditional mutton style 1-inch dimension. So it is the profile similar to this photo where you have a bit of the detail in the profile rather than a flat mutton bar. Section cuts through those windows, so they are among the better class of those windows, like a Marvin, Weather Shield, that group. In terms of light fixtures, we're proposing Bevelo's Contemporary series. They are in stainless. We see the hardware for the building being in a polished nickel and stainless steel. Moving to other details, back into the parking lot, we will have four light fixtures required to give the code amount of lighting in the parking. We're proposing a low pole-mounted fixture with kind of a neutral characteristic to it stylistically. The head on this is relatively small. It's only 13 inches wide by about 22 inches wide. And we're seeing this to be in the 12-foot high range, so bringing the pole fixture down and also using this type of LED fixture that's very directional down. So the goal and what our engineers are doing are verifying that we're keeping as much of this light source on our property. So we're trying to not let it cross the property lines. So bringing it down, very focused fixture with some baffles that allow it to shield in the direction of the neighbors. Showing some of the detail of the perimeter fencing. This is that pedestrian gate and the fencing to each side. We're proposing true steel welded fencing, similar to the quality of fencing that's at Kate Jackson Park across the street, just with a bit more of a transitional prairie-like detail to it in terms of the pickets. There are piers that would be in the same architectural stone with cast stone caps. A view of the vehicular entry gates, similar in their detailing with the piers. For the on-site trash enclosure, we see the same sort of steel detailing. This with like almost like a shadow box-like detail with 1-inch square tubes. A little bit referential of some of the things that Wright would do in his furniture, but trying to make it where you can't see those trash cans. Almost there. Just hang in there with me a little bit more. I wanted to address something that in earlier hearings we had talked about, and that is separation between buildings on the property. Really our condition with the neighbor to the north. And what I wanted to show is essentially we're not increasing, we're not getting closer to that building than the existing house was. So on the right is the kind of the townhouse, brick townhouse building to the north. It's set back about 11'8" from the property line. And the existing house there is 5 feet off of that property line and has about 2'10" of separation. I would say, distance to the property line, and about 13.4 separation eave to eave. And then this is our condition, essentially similar. We have a couple of extra inches eave to eave. And again, we're pulled back 7 feet instead of 5. And then we will control the water off of our roof with the guttering system. Some images of what that condition is like in terms of it being kind of sort of more service yard in its nature. Existing separation. All right, I think that concludes this part of the presentation.
Thank you. Staff will present their report at this time.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Avila, staff with Historic Preservation. Staff finds that this application is consistent with the Hyde Park Design Guidelines with the plans that we reviewed on March 19, 2021. With the outstanding conditions that I shared with you on your staff report on page 3 and 4, all the items were addressed except for 2 that could use additional discussion this evening, was the landscaping. With landscaping projects that we review, with commercial properties, we review the landscaping, and I know that they have their landscaping architect here on board, and it was indicated on the PD plan, but an additional discussion, so it's in the record that you could discuss this evening. And then if there is any signage that is to be discussed, that is either on the building or on site, should be indicated this evening. Thank you. That concludes my portion, and I'll be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So now we're going to open it up to public comment. If there's anyone present who would like to speak for or against, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comment. And at this point, we will let the commissioners ask questions, and I promise we will get to the open items. So we'll start from my right. We'll start with Commissioner Taylor. If you have any questions.
The only question I had was, is there any signage proposed?
Yes, and I apologize, the signage and the landscaping, I passed over. I'll explain that, and then at the proper time, we can introduce our landscape architect. So yes, there is, happy to say there is really no signage. There's just the address numbers. And I'll find that elevation and bring that up to you guys. Yeah. What a relief for a commercial property. That's our signage.
Okay. That's
Any
all I had
additional
for now.
questions? Commissioner Myers?
Just some clarification on the stucco. Do you use integral stucco, integrally colored stucco?
It is not. It will be painted, but yeah, a true stucco with a slick hand trowel finish rather than a floated finish.
Okay, so it's steel trowel, so it's
Yes.
super smooth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeKupas?
No specific questions if you want to bring up the landscape architect.
Great. I'll introduce Ricky to come up and give you a tour of the landscape.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue with Dark Moss. I have been sworn. The landscape concepts proposed are basically a green and white colored palette to support the relatively muted exterior presented in the building design. We've got several species of trees proposed, and we're still working out some of the details with ownership, but the vision is that there are some flowering shade trees kind of appropriately scaled to the, or flowering ornamental trees appropriately scaled to the residential structure on the west, where there's reduced area for buffering and proposing taller shrubs such as a sky pencil holly here, and larger ruffled narrow fishtail palms just to better screen the property on the north. Where to introduce another tree species, in addition to the shade trees that are located on Bristol, we're proposing a large sycamore, which is a really architectural leaf structure. And then aligned with the rhythm of the windows on both of the corner facades are very ornamental Japanese blueberries and white flowering little gem magnolias framing the front entry on South Rome. There are very formal tall and short hedges on the main corner facades of podocarpus and different philodendrons with white flowering and hollies at the inside base of, or on the inside facade against the parking lot. And this around the large tree to remain and along the front there's going to be jasmine proposed and Asiatic jasmine at the base to provide a clear view to the architectural detailing of the cast stone base with just a few punctuated corners to reinforce the rhythm. Available for any landscape questions.
Any questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions that they'd like to put forth at this time?
Thank you.
I would like to talk about the fenestration at the north elevation. If we could put that elevation up, please. I understand that there's the property just beyond that you're faced with and it's residential. But that corner condition is pretty prominent when you walk up Snow from the village. And it's a pretty blank wall at that first level. And I understand there's an exit stair coming down. But you know, in prairie homes, stairs are ways to bring light into spaces, and just wondering if that was entertained at all, to consider that and invite. I would suspect that whoever is on the second floor at some point will use that stair more for coming and going, because we tend to not like the formal entry and we don't have to go past reception if we just want to go get a coffee, right?
Yeah.
So that coming and going is going to, especially being that close to the village, and on beautiful days such as what we've had lately. So just having that experience of enjoying the passage up and down the stairs, the consideration for that. And we have so many conversations about health and wellness these days. So architecturally and all those things together, was that entertained at all?
You know, what we wanted to do was respect the neighbor's privacy a bit. I think they have some bathrooms and so on that side. So we thought that we would have a bit more of a private sort of elevation to it. But I totally understand what you're saying. We have those 3 windows that are specifically down in to bring light into the stairwell. The stairwell does have to be rated from the interior. We tried originally to open that up, but couldn't meet the criteria there. To answer your question, could there be more windows there, or an additional window within the stair itself? The answer is yes. This gives you an idea of that area where the stair continues before it goes under that corner porch. We also felt that corner porch helped to make that corner inside more active. But we could, right now the windows are more or less centered on that elevation, but we could consider adding an additional window to bring more light and have additional.
Well, I would encourage looking at the first floor level. When
Okay,
you start
yeah.
to look at the precedents in the prairie style, you'll see transom windows being used a lot as well. And a lot of times those are stained glass. They're not just clear, or they'll have leaded components. So there are ways, and that motif that you have with that sort of V branch
Yeah.
could be a way for you to introduce something there that is pleasant to both your client, the potential employees, as well as those that pass that facade, that
I
corner
think
conditions.
it's a good comment. I could see that happening here, that as aligning with that carved-in porch.
And that would still give your neighbors, the neighbors to the north, or whatever it is, that they would still have that privacy, because it would be high enough that you wouldn't get clear views into those residences. So
I like that, and we're happy to add that.
And I have one more question for you.
Sure.
From, if we could look at the front facade, the main facade that faces Snow/Rome. And could we zoom out a little bit more so that we see more of that image?
Kind of
That's all we got.
Yeah, sorry about that. Is it one side or the other that?
It matters. This is the elevation I think is most relevant. And then could you put your Lehman House image up? And I think you had another precedent, which was the one in South Tampa. There's that one too. And you had the one in South Tampa, which I think was a 2-story as well. Now, I know this is a more contemporary ideation of the prairie style, but in this one and the Lehman, you can see that there's a little bit more horizontality. That is the language with the banding and the roof lines. Was there any consideration for the actual slope of the roof forms on your proposed project coming down? It doesn't seem like you really need all that for mechanical. Do you need that for mechanical?
Talking about the
If we
the
go
roof
back to your
itself?
elevation, if we go back to your elevation.
So, I see what you're saying is would I consider bringing the roof pitch down?
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking these questions and why I asked for those precedent images, and of course, many of us have studied Wright, seen his, and I've actually been in the Lehman House. I was in it before it was restored. You understand the horizontality of those types of buildings, whether they're residential or not. And the roof form on this proposed project is a little out of alignment with that language. And so it reads more vertical because of that, at least in my eye.
And, a good comment, I think, I want to show you the model really helps, because you know how.
Oh, absolutely.
How these
Perspective
are.
is everything.
Yes, and so when we look at how it is experienced, it really does feel more like those prairie houses. And I might say that if we looked at the prairie houses in straight elevation, their roof pitch might be higher than we think. The other thing that we were trying to do was, like with a lot of the prairie houses, a lot of Wright's work, where he would have the strong horizontality and then break it with these vertical masses. A lot of times they were they would be either fireplace masses or these big piers. And so that was really kind of the idea with those entry piers. But yeah, I think we felt like when it's experienced three-dimensionally, that we had that low roof with the big overhang. It's funny, the overhangs are kind of the most dominant element, especially when you see these.
Agreed, I agree. And I do think, I think we've had this discussion before, maybe even at one of your presentations, how three-dimensional views are much more conclusive about what massing and volume actually will relate to the view from the street and moving along the edges. Okay, that is it for my questions and comments. Any others from the remainder of the board? All right, I think we'll go ahead and we'll, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, and then we will close the hearing.
No, I don't need that. I think I like the idea of adding transom-like windows below that porch with the alignment of that. And it gives a lot of impact at the very corner itself, which I think is, like, as you mentioned, the most visible part. So I think that's a great idea.
All right, thank you. So we will go ahead and close the public hearing, and the commissioners will discuss the case and make a decision. Any commissioner wish to discuss any points or perhaps entertain a motion? Any discussion points? No?
I think I like the idea that you adding that window right there as you walk into the first floor of the stairwell. But other than that, I think it's really beautiful.
I have to agree.
I agree as well. Should we move to a motion?
Let's do it.
Yeah, who wants to do it? Please.
I'll do it. Okay. Give me 1 second. Yes, okay. I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 21-186 for the property located at 815 South Rome Avenue with the following conditions: that a window be installed on the first floor entrance into the stairwell on the north elevation, because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park Historic District design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that the trim and detail are compatible with historic buildings, and the facade proportions and window patterns with their relation to the overall size of the building are consistent with the district, as well as maintaining the quality of design and detailing with the historic district.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. And do you understand the conditions of the motion?
Yes, that we would provide that additional fenestration, and we maybe ask your indulgence if that could be reviewed at the staff level.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. So we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand and state so. Aye.
Aye.
Nay, there's no nay, and so the motion passes. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vilo to review our last case this evening, which is ARC 21-187. This is for the address of 1308 South Howard Avenue. The underlying zoning district is PD. This is for new construction for a certificate of appropriateness for a commercial building of approximately 7,000 square feet. Just to provide you with some past action, on page 3 with your staff report, this had a rezoning in December of 2020 from RS60 to PD. As part of the PD process, the site plan that you're going to review this evening is identical to the PD site plan that was approved. And with the application of standards, as we did with the prior case, with the Hyde Park design guidelines, the first 5 criteria with the scale, the massing, the setback, the orientation, and the alignment, rhythm, and spacing have been discussed and approved through the PD. So the remaining of the design criteria for new construction are outstanding and for your review this evening. At this time, I believe the agent is going to address the board again, and we can move forward with that request. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. One more thing. Let me go through the photo presentation briefly. It's getting late. On the monitors, we have the Sanborn map from 1929. That is the reference that I like to start with. Properties in question are highlighted in the lime green. There are 2 parcels that are bifurcated with an alley. The alley is still going to be used as a public median. The triangle-shaped parcel is the one that's going to receive the massing and the new construction. The other parcel is to handle their parking requirements that have been approved through the PD process. This is our vicinity map. This is to show where Howard Avenue is on our map. It's on our western and southern boundary portion of our local district. It's indicated over here. This is an aerial shot showing Howard Avenue, showing the alley that is to remain open, and Southview is the northern cross street. This is looking back at the parcel. Obviously, this is the alley. This is going to be where the parking is, and this is the triangle-shaped parcel that received the massing. This is looking at that triangle-shaped parcel, and this is Howard Avenue in the foreground. This is looking at some of the vernacular along Howard Avenue. This is to the south towards Bayshore. This is directly across Howard Avenue to the west, apartment complex. This is just a street shot looking down Howard Avenue to the south. The property in question is here, and this is the site that I just showed. This is the other direction. You see the Epicurean Hotel here, see the crosstown, and looking down Howard to the north. And to conclude with a photo presentation, just to go back to the alley, the condition of the alley, the sidewalks, and the walkability of the pedestrians up and down Howard Avenue. This is the subject site that will receive the massing, and then over here is the parking to support that. That concludes the photo presentation, and now the agent will address the board. Thank you.
Good evening again. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. As Ron mentioned, it's getting late, but I promise you're not seeing double. We have the same project team, but a different client. So with me again, Stephen Smith, Cooper Johnson Smith, and Ricky Pederica of Dark Moss. Our client is David Laxer of Hokala Properties, LLC. And we are requesting a certificate of appropriateness for new construction of a commercial building located at 1308 South Howard Avenue. Similar to the last project, but a little bit cleaner. This property, or this project, came before the ARC for its recommendation for the PD. At that time, many of the elevations and aspects of it were shown. We received unanimous support from the ARC that then traveled to the City Council, where we received unanimous vote of approval there. So we're back for the CA. And then just as a quick summary of what the PD allows, it's for a business and professional office, which I stated, totaling actually just slightly more than the building you just saw, 6,944 square feet. The PD also included many aspects of the development, including the setbacks, the height, and the buffers. And as Ron mentioned, we're complying with each of those. And as I mentioned before, many aspects of the development were shown. they've continued to evolve and be refined. And with that, I'll turn things over to Stephen Smith to show the design for those members that are new, and then as a reminder to those that saw it before and how it's evolved from there. So thank you for your attention on this one, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
All right, you guys get battle pay tonight for seeing us twice, so thank you. Is that right? These buildings, as Truett said, are roughly the same size, but they couldn't be more different in site and challenges. You know that property is in demand and scarce in South Tampa when you get one like this. So it has, the only chance of its becoming viable is to join two properties together in their usage with a little used city alley running between the two. So it really is kind of a fun urban puzzle. I show this first just as reference to the fact that this owner also has the lot next to it that he is selling right now as a residential lot. We were able to narrow the lot that's used for surface parking down and give 10.5 feet over to that other lot so that it is a bigger buildable lot, a bit more buffer room, hopefully enabling saving some of the trees on that lot as well. So I'll jump to a bigger scale. Okay, so we have Southview and South Howard. On the property just across the street are the two multifamily 20s vintage apartment buildings that are going to be turned into suites and restored and renovated as part of the small hotel project that's going on there. So we're across the street from a hospitality project directly. And the projects have a similar ownership group, and so there's some similar things stylistically going on between the two. But I wanted to explain how the project works. We have, this is also a family business office. There really are no customers that come to this. It's an office for David Laxer and Company with their Burns and other restaurant interests in the area. So it really is a place for his management team to be on the second floor. And then the ground floor, besides being the lobby and circulation to get up to the second floor, is storage for event objects and so on, tent storage and that sort of thing for when he does his festivals and other events related to the restaurants. That being said, it will be fenestrated like a proper urban building with windows and fenestration on the street. So jumping back to how it works, the parking lot would be accessed from Southview in a one-way system, so entrance only off of Southview, with exiting being into the alley heading south. So it was important to the neighborhood that we didn't have any exiting back into the residential neighborhood, that it would be one way in the commercial oriented alley. So very little traffic into the neighborhood. We've also kinked the entrance so that it's difficult to come from the neighborhood and get in. So really we're orienting from Howard Avenue. It is, there are only 12 spaces. There's only 10 employees in this operation. So we have angled parking with parallel parking there along that east side. The whole strip is 40. It would be about 50 feet. This strip, and so purposely we're doing as small amount of paving as we can to provide the parking that's needed there. Along with the parking, again, we're trying to really screen it with landscaping. We have a 6-foot concrete block wall that is along the rear. Behind this is the 4-story 1920s apartment building. I forget the name, it's the Renma, but it's a beautiful building. But it does stand right there and kind of look right down into this property. So we have the masonry wall, stucco masonry wall, turns the corner, and runs until it gets to the front setback that the residents will observe, 15 feet, and then steps down to a 4-foot wall, and then when it gets to out to the south view line, it becomes ironwork with landscaping in front of it, and I'll show you that. So we would like this wall and fencing to be residential in its dimensions and in its nature. We continue that iron fencing around our parking space, and then just turn it back to the access aisle from the ADA space and just end it there. We don't see really the need to fence anymore along the alley, and every little bit we put on the alley is probably something that might get hit by a garbage truck at some point. So really, we're just trying to provide a deterrent from folks wandering into that parking lot, more or less kind of demarking space with this 4-foot ironwork. One of the great ideas that came out of the hearing in front of the ARC previously was the idea of why not create, since this area was not utilized in our scheme, how about making a little tiny pocket park out of that? So I'll show you the details of what that's become, and it's a delightful idea. There are 4 existing pine trees. I don't know how they've survived, being in South Tampa, but they look like they're in the middle of the state. They're just gorgeous pines, and we'll reinforce that with that kind of Florida native landscaping. But once you're in, there is also, we're proposing slide gates to close, as well as at the exit, we're proposing just a simple traffic arm, very understated. And this is all for the reason that parking is really a nightmare in the neighborhood. There are some restaurants that are around that have way more demand than they have parking spaces, just a block away, and they park everywhere, down the streets. And so we just know that if we don't protect this parking, it's going to be used by them, especially nights and weekends. So it's the intent to make this where it is secure. So when you park in this lot, you come and then walk across into the entry of the building that's at this point, and we have really this triangular flatiron-like shape. It's a little mini flatiron building that fills almost the entire property geometry. And in fact, on the alley side, we're 2 feet off the alley. We're 1 foot off the property line on the south, and then we're about 8 inches off of the property line along Howard Avenue with an arcade, which is something that is encouraged by the Howard Avenue Overlay District. So it encourages arcades. It allows you then on the second floor to build out over it So that's what you'll see our massing is. One thing that's terrific there is that there's a large dimension for the right-of-way there. So a big parkway area, and then the existing 6-foot sidewalk that's perilously right on the curb of Howard Avenue. We're hoping folks, as they're walking along there, will take advantage of the arcade and at least walk along that for a bit as they're walking up and down Howard. Again, the building entrance is at the point, so you come under the arcade that turns to the point, and then you come up the stair and elevator area, and then here's that back area that's used for storage, primarily with access by a man door and then an overhead door off of the alley. While I'm here, this is to the left is an enlargement of that small park area. This is the scale. It's kind of hard to read, but this is a 6-foot bench. So the area of that little paver padded area and the path to it from the sidewalk underneath the pine trees. And I promise I'll speed through this. Again, the floor plan. There is also a reflected ceiling of the arcade that I'll show in the sections what that's like, but it is compartmentalized. It's all stucco detailed, kind of stucco detailing in that ceiling, very subtle, with downlights, and then a hanging fixture that I'll show you right at the entry point. Second floor, just so you know what's going on in the building, where that open stair comes up and lands, and then essentially offices, break rooms, storage, that sort of thing, a big conference area, and mechanical and the typical kind of office things. Very boring roof plan, just a low-sloped flat roof that slopes to collector boxes on the alley side. We're positioning the air conditioning equipment in the center of the roof so that it really can't be seen by anyone at ground level or first floor level.
I think your mic's off again.
Is this better? Oh, sorry. We love this building to feel like, is it old, is it new? It's kind of a fresh take on traditional bones and traditional massing and punched openings. We'd love it to feel like it was maybe a neat old warehouse building or sort of a building with large steel windows in it, kind of a loft building, and then with the carved out arcade down below. The entire thing? Okay, sorry about that. So the building has a base that projects 1.5 inches. That's this line down below that continues all the way around. The arcade creates a cornice between the first and second floor, and these are all, when I show you the details, are all very subtle. And then to give better proportion to the windows and to also work to diminish the long length of this building, we've made very vertical window openings with panels below them, but have trimmed them in stucco trim to accentuate their height and their verticality to somehow wrestle this building into some nicer proportions. This little partial elevation is looking straight on the entrance. I've got a three-dimensional drawing that'll make a lot more sense of this. But the entry door, we're thinking we'd love to do like a Hope steel door, black steel door there, glass and steel. We'll have, again, we have very little signage. We have an address, a architectural precast element that has the address over the door, and then there is a precast plaque, let's call it, that has the name of the family over that entrance. So that would be it for any kind of signage. There is a canvas awning with traditional spear-like angled supports that are over that window that's at the tip of the triangle there. Moving to the south elevation, so the one that's the short end of the triangle, and windows where we have functional spaces, and then where we have storage, and then areas where we really don't have the need or desire for windows. What we wanted to show was we wanted to propose true working shutters in openings with sills, so to give the impression that windows are just shuttered or closed and shuttered, but we wanted an element there rather than blank facades. You'll see that attitude also along the alley side. So we've got the base again, the flush aluminum overhead door, recess for the man door, and then the functional windows, and then keeping the rhythm with true shuttered openings there. Seeing the collector boxes and downspouts as well there. This is what this building really is experienced as. Again, seeing the arcade and then the entrance off of the sidewalk along Howard. Another view of it. Again, showing this trim work almost with like trim and a back band out of a stucco profile that's around those windows. As well as the panel below the windows. And we've done this quite a bit where the window fenestration is supported, and I'll show you the detail, and it has like a fiber cement, a smooth hardy or AZEK panel with carriage bolts as details, again trying to have a little bit more of that loft kind of in warehouse kind of feel to it. Or some might say it's almost industrial, traditional way of looking at those things. In the past, those might have been precast panels. Here, it's more trying to look like maybe a steel panel with bolts in it. View that will only be seen from the sky, but giving an overall feel, and then also a look at where the mechanical is. Moving to the wall section, and I have some enlargements. Move through this quickly. Again, the section is taken through the arcade, so the second floor projecting out over it. Again, it's a reinforced concrete masonry building, hollow core plank floors, bar joist roof construction. starting from the cornice and working down. So it would be a stucco profile cornice with a metal cap over it. When we actually detail this, we'll try to have the minimal amount of cap that turns down over that detail, so it's not dominated by the metal. Then as you move down, again, this stucco trim with back band kind of profile to it that's around the windows. And then our window system that I'll show you a detail on. But essentially, it's storefront window in terms of its overall frame, and then with simulated muttons on each side of an insulated glass panel. So again, trying to approximate some of those wonderful old steel windows in the older industrial buildings. Okay, this is continuing that detail down. So there's the sill of the second floor window, second floor. And this is really showing what that panel is about below the windows. So underneath the storefront frame, we use AZEK has this historical sill detail that's out of a composite material meant to look like wood. We'll use that. Then we have the synthetic panel, either AZEK or Hardy smooth panel, that's trimmed in their trim work to look like either a sort of a metal reveal around it, and then the carriage bolts that are there. But it's all recessed in 2.5 inches, so the entire opening, there's a lot of dimension to the window recesses, in other words. Where those panels meet this cornice, this is the cornice that continues around the building. And again, it has some really simplified traditional forms to it. So the cornice, and then a band at the center, and then really like an entablature there, coming down on top of a square column that then has chamfered edges and a very simplified, more primitive capital on it. And a bit of a picture for reference. This is a recent home that we completed on Bayshore. And this building is speaking a lot, in our minds, speaking a lot of the same languages, just more of a commercial / semi-industrial version of it, but this similar columns. There's a little better detail of that with the chamfered edges and the type of simplified capital on it. And just some other details, examples of what we hope no pun intended, what we hope the entry door will be like. It will be a steel door. The window fenestration system, it's by Conair. The frame is their narrowest sight line, that's 2 inches. This is kind of typical frames. And then this is showing a detail of how they do their simulated lights, simulated muttons, where they will come and insert this system within the overall storefront frame. So you get a profile. This is maybe a better example, where there's a profile around the perimeter of the frame and then a matching profile for the muttons that are on the interior of it. And in terms of the muttons, we'd like to use this 3/4 tall by 5/8 inch projecting mutton, which will approximate some of the profile of the steel, the older steel windows from the 20s through 50s. Just a very simple, plain overhead garage door system, smooth panel. Again, using Bevelow's contemporary light fixture suspended in that area at the front door, not using any of the sconces, but that same system. Off of the alley, we would have good old industrial vapor lights that seem to bridge most styles there for just utility lighting along the alley. Really just a simple picture of the kind of awning system that we're proposing with the aluminum frame supported by these traditional spears, and then a canvas system, probably black and white stripe. Okay, just a couple more details. Hard to see because of scale. This is showing what the piers and the gates and steel fencing is like along that front, and then in the area where the park is. So it is just a very simple detail. Have a picture that shows something like it somewhere. This is one that's at a residence on Davis Island that we did not do, but we admired the fence. So, yeah, our entry gate would be like this, our piers would be like this, and our fencing. And then would be hidden fully by hedges except for the vehicular entrance portion. Also in this photo is, in the drawing, I'm gonna move it over. We have an enclosure for the trash that back up here. That's in this area. So the back of it is concrete block wall. We would return the block wall on the sides, and then the gates themselves would be aluminum. And they would, they're fabrications we've had made in the past that look like almost like a V-groove, tongue and groove panel inset within the flat aluminum rail. So it almost looks like a painted wood pair of gates there for the enclosure, and it's 5 feet tall. Under the arcade and the pedestrian walk areas, we're proposing this hexagonal traffic paver. At the driveway entrance, we were asked by staff to have more of a feel of something more compatible with the residential nature. So we would do a pattern in the compatible color, but there would be more brick rectilinear that might be able to move with the slopes better than that hex pattern would. So kind of a compatible. hopefully I won't do it again. So again, the same program as the last project, where we'd like to use fixtures that are really focused down. So we've been looking at fixtures that are used in pedestrian plazas, college campus lawns, that sort of thing for our parking area, to try to, again, control the lighting in the down position. A little bit more of the information there. There's the actual fixture, and again, just trying to be really minimal with its design. And again, it's small in scale. The round luminaire element is 24 inches, so these are relatively small, and they would be short in that 12-foot range. Okay, I think that concludes the presentation.
Do you want to introduce your landscape architect and talk about that component?
Yes,
That's another
and
thing
in
you missed.
fact, I think that, Ricky, did you, I've actually forgotten if Ricky was involved in this project. I do have a landscape plan here.
Yes.
Okay, fabulous.
If he's not, he'll talk about it. Thank you.
308 East 7th Avenue, Tampa, Florida. I also served mainly as the consulting arborist, reviewing the trees prior to the PD, and can speak to some of the landscape plan components discussed today. The kind of most classic definition of the pocket park, with like influenced by the pines, is a real great opportunity for native plants, gamma grass, coonties, maybe a palmetto or two in this area, while still kind of stepping off of the sidewalk. The Howard Avenue corridor is influenced by power lines, and we're discussing understory tree plantings to complement, because one of these pine trees, unfortunately, has since been topped by utility pruning, and I don't want that to continue any further. Some of the palette along the west, adjacent to the east, adjacent to the single family, where the canopy of the off-site laurel oaks can accommodate some screening trees such as red cedars, will provide some large Simpson stoppers along that side, which is a native flowering, relatively dense, slow-growing shrub that would go would be compatible underneath the oak canopy. And then some of the smaller details of the corners and entryway are still in discussion, but I think they all will follow that vein of not too flashy greens, whites, and maybe a blue.
Thank you.
That's
Does
all right.
that conclude the presentation? All right, staff will present the report now.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. This application is consistent with the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. The conditions that were addressed on the staff report all have been addressed. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now we'll open it up for public comment. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comment. And you do have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have to ask her a question.
Oh, sorry.
I did it again. So now we'll allow the commissioners to ask questions, and I'll start from my left with Commissioner DeCubis.
Nope, no questions.
Commissioner Taylor?
I don't think I have any right now either.
Commissioner Myers?
Will you be, I'll try to be really quick here. Will you be paving the City of Tampa's alley between your parking lot and your building?
Will we be paving it?
Yeah, I mean, because it's, right now it's in pretty bad shape, right? I mean, it's
You
like
know,
dirt.
I can't recall, but I think you're right. And so I think we're going to do what is required to make that workable. I don't have the owner here with me tonight to commit, but I would say that we should, we should make it workable. During construction, it's likely to take even more abuse. So I would think we would recondition it. I can't really commit to a full repaving, but let's just say it would be workable.
Okay, and your parking lot is going to be asphalt?
Yes.
Is it permeable asphalt?
You know, it's not. It's just a standard asphalt right now. It is underneath it is the retention system for the project.
Oh, okay.
In French
okay,
drains.
so that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It doesn't need to be permeable then. And then my last question is, your downspouts are going to go into an underground.
Yes.
So that we're not washing away because you're
Yes.
very, very close there.
It is. They'll go down, they'll be collected together, and then they'll go across into that cistern system.
Okay, I think that covers all my questions. Thank you.
I have no questions. So we'll allow, you do have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like to say anything else for the record. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and the commissioners will discuss and decide upon the case. Any discussion points, or does anyone want to make a motion?
I'm good. Is there anything you guys want to condition?
I really feel like this project is
clean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty clean. Obviously, you have some details to work out, but you're so close. So,
Okay.
I think it's a straight up project to close the night.
All right. I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in ARC 21-187 for the property located at 1308 South Howard Avenue, because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Hyde Park Historic District design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons. That it's maintaining the materials within the district. The trim and detail are a nice link between the old and the new, and compatible within the historic buildings. And it's maintaining the quality within the district.
I'll second that.
All in favor, please raise your hands and state so. Aye.
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 Nay. Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations and good night.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Enclosure, that we were not bought that house, our house.
I'm sorry, one quick question.
Yeah.
That is a side yard, is it not?
Yes, I guess because the house itself.
No, it's a corner yard.
It's on the corner.
It's on the corner, but when you walk into the front